never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
According to the clock, it is that time to do it all over again. Got a brand new week underway. Hope you had a great Easter weekend. Yeah, a little calendar on the wall says Easter Monday. Okay, so we close out Easter Sunday. Yeah, time zone to time zone, work our way into Easter Monday, which would be the 5th day of April. 2021, April 5. There you go. A rather quiet night. Very tranquil weather. And a really enjoyable weekend as far as travelers' weather is concerned. It was a great weekend. I mean, if you were actually out there having to move the freight, which some do, not everybody gets the weekend off, even on a holiday weekend. About the only thing we're looking at tonight, I see here we've got some red flag warnings. Areas out west through central and east central portions of Nevada, areas of Utah, the northwestern portions of Colorado. Looks like northeastern and east central Arizona and the adjoining counties in west central New Mexico. As well as, you got the red flag warnings because you're going to have winds. And there are wind advisories from the Texas Panhandle, pretty much all of New Mexico, over into eastern portions of Arizona. High wind warnings in Southern California. And wind advisories for parts of Idaho. You got some wind advisories up into northwestern portions of Nebraska. That's about it. The exception, you may see a little wintry precip in central and west central Montana. We'll get into that coming up here, but for the overwhelming majority of the country tonight, you're pretty much high and dry. Little bit of rain, light rain up in the Great Lakes region, the northernmost reaches of Southern Michigan, a little bit of rain, just very light scattered rain in southeastern Michigan. But the overwhelming majority of the country looking good. I see maybe a few spotty showers over in south central, pushing towards southeastern Nebraska. After a very warm, tranquil weekend, though, looks like some more tumultuous weather is forecast to return as we get into the first full week of April here. Sunshine, the building heat we saw over the Easter weekend left areas from Rapid City, South Dakota to Kansas City to Minneapolis. Afternoon highs up to 25 degrees above normal. So it looks like the mild weather is expected to remain in place again for Monday. However, the wet weather is going to move into the picture. Monday, a storm is going to collide with the warm, unstable air mass that's holding in the center of the country. It's been planted there over the weekend. We'll begin to see some strong thunderstorms firing across Minnesota, northwestern Wisconsin. Strong to severe thunderstorms are going to move in most likely later in the day, Monday, into the Monday evening hours. These storms will be capable of producing some hail, damaging winds. First storm will also bring a dose of rain to the area that's been relatively dry since the last week of March. And realistically, for much of the winter, according to the U.S. Drought Monitor, much of the northern plains, the upper Midwest, has been abnormally dry, with areas of severe and even exceptional drought across much of North Dakota and South Dakota. So Monday's rain may be just enough to help douse the ground a bit and help prevent the fire issues where they have, over the last week or so, we've had a number of wildfires burning in the Dakotas. However, more rain's on the way, which could turn out to be a bit less helpful. A second strong storm's going to shift from the northern Rockies into the northern and central plains on Tuesday, which is going to put many of the same areas in the direct line for more rain. Now, past today, beyond Monday, another storm's going to intensify in the central plains late Tuesday and on through the day there Wednesday. The second dose of rain may be more intense. Rainfall amounts 1 to 2 inches. Some localized amounts may approach 3 to 4 inches. Flash flooding is a concern in those areas, which could extend from rising creeks and streams into the flooded fields. You may face some flooded roadways, especially those low-lying areas, and some heavy downpours, which translates to reduced visibility. That strengthening storm Tuesday and Wednesday is also going to allow for severe thunderstorms to develop. Storms likely to fire in parts of Nebraska and Kansas later in the day Tuesday. Those storms could produce some large hail and damaging winds before those storms shift eastward into parts of Iowa and Missouri during the overnight hours. It looks like the storms for Tuesday may be rather localized, but could still be dangerous, even producing an isolated tornado. The more widespread severe weather threat is going to approach Wednesday afternoon, midweek. Looks like the severe threat for severe weather Wednesday through Wednesday night may extend over a broad area from eastern Oklahoma to southern Iowa to the Mississippi River Valley. Once again, the most widespread threats will be heavy downpours, hail, some damaging wind. There's a chance, again, for an isolated tornado or two. Forecasters will obviously be monitoring that very closely over the next couple of days. Now, moving on to, after recovering from the cold blast across the Northeast, you recall last week, we had another dose of old man winter for several days there. New York City couldn't even reach 40 degrees on Friday. That storm brought cold air into the region, temperatures well below normal. City sat about 15 degrees below average on Friday. Philadelphia reported a high of only 44 Friday. Temperatures like these are more common in February, not April. Temperatures did have a shift, a bit of a rebound as we got into the weekend, bringing them almost back to normal. New York City topped out at 53. almost a 15-degree jump from the previous day. Philadelphia, you bounced back as well, hit 53 degrees. You were still several degrees below normal there, though. So early this week, a slight northward bulge in the jet stream is going to break portions of the northeastern U.S. out of that chilly pattern that took the area over as we rolled into the month of April. You saw a high of 61 Sunday. New York City anticipates to remain in the 60s most of this week, actually. Monday through Wednesday, high each day forecast to top in the middle 60s. You're not talking about any record-breaking temperatures, but the city usually reaches the upper 50s this time of year. So it's going to be a pleasant stretch of weather as we again get into that first full week of April. Philadelphia, you're going to stay in the 60s almost all week as well, climbing to 67 on Monday. Anyone hoping for a beautiful day to hold an outdoor activities, looks pretty good for the mid-Atlantic. Now, we will see a storm kind of churning just off the northern New England coast as we start the week. Due in part to this storm, we'll still see some chilly air being held in place across much of New England. As that storm spins offshore, it could throw in a period of light shower activity to parts of Maine, primarily, on through the day Monday, where it's going to be cool. Temperatures only going to be in the 40s in Bangor, Maine. All right, the blustery winds will be in charge from much of northern New England this week. Boston, you're going to be on the fringes of the milder conditions. Highs this week forecast to be 59 this past day. This time of year, your normal highs in the lower 50s, so pretty much on par with what you'd anticipate for this time of year in the Northeast, but definitely a rebound from the very cold conditions we saw for the middle and latter portions of last week. All right, before we get to Joel Morrow with our Morrow Mondays, going to be talking, what I'm going to talk this morning. I believe it's going to be our fuel systems. Fuel system optimization would be the term. Yeah, Joel will join us momentarily. First, I guess one of the big stories I wanted to touch on quickly, somewhat, a lot of people being evacuated this past day. We're talking Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay locals warned to flee as a 20-foot high wall of polluted water is on the verge of causing catastrophic flooding if the nearby wastewater pond collapses. Officials warn a breach of what was an old phosphate plant reservoir has the potential to unleash 340 million gallons of water in a matter of minutes. Florida's governor said Sunday crews are working to prevent the collapse of the pond as Manatee County officials fear collapse is imminent, is the word. What we're looking at now is trying to prevent and respond to, if need be, a real catastrophic flood situation. A state of emergency was declared in Florida on Saturday after a leak at the wastewater pond threatened to flood homes and roads with billions of liters of contaminated waters. More than 300 homes have been evacuated. Some families have been placed in local hotels. Those who live around the Piney Point Reservoir received a text alert saying to leave the area immediately. Sunday afternoon, the county sheriff's officials began evacuating about 345 inmates from a local jail about a mile from the large reservoir in the Tampa Bay area north of Bradenton. The inmates will initially only be moved to the second floor of the building, sandbags placed on the ground floor. The Manatee County administrator said Sunday that the latest models for the flood show between 1 and 5 feet of water could cover the area. The sheriff added that moving all the inmates to the second floor could be a bit of a security risk. Portions of U.S. Highway 41 that lie near the 77-acre pond have been closed off. The local drinking water supply at this point in time is unaffected. And no threat to Lake Manatee, they say, which is their primary source of drinking water. Florida Department of Environmental Protection said the water in the collapsing pond is primarily salt water mixed with wastewater and stormwater, but it has elevated levels of phosphorus and nitrogen. It is acidic, not necessarily expected to be toxic. They started discharging water when the pond began leaking last month. Florida Department of Environmental Protection says a break was actually detected on Friday in one of the walls of this pond that holds millions of gallons of water. Officials brought in rocks and materials trying to plug the hole, which was at a depth of like 25 feet, Friday into Saturday, but they were not successful. A portion of the containment wall in the reservoir, they say, has actually shifted, meaning a collapse could occur at any moment in time. The most pressing concern is that the water could flood the area. I said this is kind of agricultural, small population area. We're talking maybe potentially 600 million gallons within a matter of seconds or minutes, leaving that retention pool going around the surrounding area. Workers have been pumping out thousands of gallons per minute, trying to bring the volume down in the event that this pond actually burst. Pretty scary. Yeah, right now they say about 22,000 gallons are being discharged per minute, and they're hoping to reduce the risk of collapse by Tuesday. The leak seems to have plateaued despite an increase of water flooding out on Sunday morning. Still cannot rule out that a full breach could also destabilize the walls of the other ponds at the Piney Point site. All right. So kind of frightening there in Tampa. So we're going to keep an eye on things there. But evacuations, you imagine a 20-foot high wall of water rushing through. All right, great to have you with us as we get the brand new week underway. We'll jump up to our old pal Joel Morrow, who joins us on Monday's first couple of hours of the program. Good morning, Joel. How was your Easter weekend?
Really, really good. Friends and family over. The weather was nice. It was just a really good day.
After a chilly Friday, we really started to warm up on Saturday. What a beautiful day. I know the forecast was to top out at like 68 for our Easter Sunday afternoon. So we got to get the grandkids out and do the full-fledged Easter egg hunt out on a beautiful sunny Sunday afternoon.
Awesome. Yeah, we topped out around 60 up here, and actually we had 3 inches of snow the other day when you guys had the little cool down, so it was nice to see the sun again.
I guess the snow was rather short-lived with 60 degrees. I guess it's all gone now, and I know our local forecast has us in the 70s pretty much all week this week, so maybe spring is here to stay, knock on wood.
I'm hoping so. Yeah, we're looking at mid to high 60s all week. So I'm hoping no more snow. I'm sick of it.
Well, I saw on your show notes, fuel system optimization. That's going to be the topic of discussion as we get this first full week of April underway. I guess we can start off. Why is fuel system optimization important for the truckers out there?
Absolutely. Performing proper maintenance to keep your fuel system running at peak performance really helps you in a number of ways. One, it helps to maximize your fuel efficiency. It's probably pretty obvious to everybody that, keeping that thing tuned up really helps to maximize fuel efficiency. It helps to maximize pulling power. We talk a lot about downsped trucks these days, especially for the guys with the downsped trucks. Making the correct amount of horsepower on the power curve is important, and keeping things tuned up helps with that. It helps you to maximize productivity. It helps to reduce emissions, and this is a really important one. We all know how expensive repairs to the emission system are. They can drive you crazy. There's a whole lot of downtime there, so it's important to help with that. It also helps to reduce noise and vibration. It helps to reduce overall downtime. It helps us to improve our on-time delivery. We improve cold weather reliability. It helps to improve driver satisfaction. And finally, fuel system optimization improves the overall profitability of your operation. So this is a real important thing that owner-operators and small fleets really need to look at and understand to really help keep their operation profitable.
Pretty much everything we talk about is optimizing varying parts. We talked gearing last week, so fuel systems is going to be the topic of discussion here on our Back to Work Monday, 5th day of April for 2021. And as always, if any of our listeners wanted to chime in, have questions for Joel, that's what he's here for. He's happy to talk with you and answer any questions that he possibly can. Our number is 844-3388. Real quick, before we get into the heart of the matter, let's jump over to some of our listening friends chiming in this morning. Young Colton was able to, he said, I'm the first one in for the third time. All right, Colton's become a regular. He's been on spring break, youngster out there. That's why he's up at the late night hours. He was actually out with his father driving truck last week, getting to see the road a little bit. Good morning from Jacksonville, Florida. Dale checks in 54 degrees. On our way to the mid-70s with sunshine. Okay, drivers, let's start this week out safe, on a good foot, and let's keep Steve up, because we know he's been drinking Miller Lite all weekend. Hey, wait a minute. How did you know that, Dale? Yeah, I'll admit I had my fair share over the Easter weekend. Pappy checks in. What a beautiful day it was in Cincinnati. Happy Easter, everyone. Let's see. Blanton morning from North Carolina. Trust everybody had a safe Easter weekend. Chevy guy rolling up on your 6, as always. Copy in the mail. Yeah, good to have you with us. Bill checks in. Happy Easter from Barstow, California. Happy Monday from Tank in Memphis, Tennessee. 60 degrees here. Getting ready to head west to Fontana, California. Have a great day. Good to have you with us. Couple more. Let me see. Alan said, I wish I could hear the show live through Alexa, like back when you were on the terrestrial side. And Kyle did respond. He said, Alexa is coming soon. They've got some sort of an issue on their end that's being taken care of. Yeah, it was live on Alexa briefly, but we pulled it because of the issues. So hopefully we'll have that back soon. And yeah, that's a very easy way to listen. Alexa, play the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, right? It'll be that simple. And one more, Chris checks in. Happy Easter, another night on the nursing unit, the night shift nurse. Have a good night, and thank you so much, Chris, for being with us out there. All righty, so Joel, how is fuel system optimization kind of different than, say, just doing your normal fuel filter change-outs? Everybody has to do that from time to time.
Yeah, exactly. And what we're talking about here applies to not only today's engines, it applies to the legacy engines like your 3406 ECATs, so the C15s, the N14s, and whatnot. Maybe this stuff is a little bit more important on the emission engines just because we are catching the emissions nowadays and we don't want to run into emission problems. So a lot of this is gonna help emission issues down the road. So, changing out fuel filters at recommended intervals, or if you have a restriction indicator a little light, or you have the see-through Davco, is always an important thing to do. You can't skip the basics. So we have to make sure we're using the right filter for the engine. But that's just the beginning of what we need to be optimal. And, we need to have a good understanding of the unique dynamic properties and challenges of today's ultra-low sulfur and biodiesel fuels. Everybody's engine will have a slightly different requirement. The the DD15 will be slightly different than the D13, which will be slightly different than the PACCAR as far as cetane requirements. Some are around 40, some are around 45. So you need to understand what your requirement is, because the fuel quality at the pump, there's so much variation today. And unfortunately, everything, in my experience, kind of tends to trend towards the lower side of the quality spectrum when we're buying fuel today. We need to understand things like the lubricity, the water content, how long the fuel may be setting someplace because it oxidizes over time. And of course, when it gets cold, we need to understand, if it's been treated to keep the wax in suspension or will, gel up and plug filters. Secondly, we need to know and understand the serviceable components of the fuel system. Some trucks have unique components that are serviceable in the fuel system. I know, for example, on the Volvo side, I'm a Volvo guy. We have some check valves that need to be replaced. We like to replace them every year. There's some fuel pressure sensors that we like to replace. We also need to understand that the relationship between engine RPM and a mechanical fuel pump, we need to understand the efficiency connection there. All fuel pumps that are mechanically driven rely on engine RPM to stay on the fuel pump's efficiency curve. And we've talked a lot about downspeeding and running at lower RPM. And, some of today's trucks may not quite be optimally on the curve in regards to the fuel pump itself. And then there's some other terms that we need to get familiar with. One of them is going to be net positive suction head. And this has to do with fuel available at the inlet port of the fuel pump. And that is kind of a dynamic situation on a commercial vehicle. The term comes out of the hydraulic side of things, and essentially your fuel system is a hydraulic system. And the net positive suction head is what's available and what's required to make the system work. And on a commercial vehicle, this is a very dynamic situation. As the fuel level in the tanks go up and down, as temperatures change, as our altitude goes up and down, we have different pressures in the tank. And so we have to make sure that we have our net positive suction head available that is correct to meet the requirements to make the system run. And then thirdly, it's important to understand entrained air and vapor in the fuel system, which can significantly impact the fuel system's durability. It can impact the emissions system's durability, fuel efficiency, power, and productivity. And we need to understand what options are available to manage air and vapor in the fuel system.
Very good. So with your expertise, where would you say where's a good place to start?
The very best place to start and the easiest, and it just makes sense, is to start with the fuel itself. And fuel economy fuel quality should always be the starting point when optimizing your fuel system. Again, it's important to understand that diesel fuel is a dynamic fluid that significantly changes with age, with temperature, and with pressure. It's not static. It's constantly changing, and we need to keep that in mind. With the older engines, it didn't really make a whole lot of difference. Diesel fuel was diesel fuel, but with today's very advanced engines, it's really important to understand that diesel fuel is a dynamic fluid, and it does change.
Let me can I interject there, because
Sure.
There was a time, a number of years ago, when the biofuel thing was a big issue, and I know that many states were mandating a certain percentage of the diesel fuel to be biodiesel. Are they still doing the biodiesel thing? Is that, because I don't hear much about it anymore? Have they improved on their manufacture of the biodiesel? Because we used to have all these drivers talking about, especially when you get into the cooler temperatures, their fuel filters would gel up, their truck would stall. And are there still issues with biodiesel?
Absolutely. Biodiesel, it's a challenge. It has gotten somewhat better. I'll be honest with you, I was never really a fan of biodiesel because of all the problems that we had early on. I think when everything is absolutely perfect, biodiesel can be a benefit. But out in the real world where we've got so many things changing, so many factors working on biodiesel as we introduce it into the system, it has been a challenge. States still mandate biodiesel. It has gotten better, and I expect it to continue to get better, so we get the full benefit of what biodiesel has to offer. Are we there yet? Personally, I don't think we're quite there yet. Maybe in some instances, you've got a very good supplier that has very tight controls on what they're putting, out into the supply system, and in some instances, it really works. We still probably have some producers that aren't quite up to snuff, and the second we get a temperature drop, the guys are gelling up. A lot of times biodiesel and water, it's the perfect breeding ground for bugs and algae in the system. So there's still some challenges there, and we'll learn how to address those challenges as we move forward.
Okay, I'm hearkening back to here just a couple weeks ago. I think it was in the state of Oregon, if memory serves, Washington or Oregon one. You had this one representative proposing banning the sale of any fossil diesel fuel in just a few years. I mean, it wasn't like way down the line. And it's essentially saying that they're only wanting to sell like a bio product. There's no way with the technology exist to have a 90% biodiesel that's feasible, is there?
There's some technologies over in Europe where they've gotten quite good at biodiesel. I think it gets really expensive, though. I mean, really expensive. So, if you can pay for it, I suppose it's possible, but I'm kind of with you. I don't see it on the short-term horizon, just from a cost standpoint.
Okay, I want to get a news break in here, and when we come back, we're going to pick up where we kind of left off there. We were kind of hitting on where's the first place to start, and I think you had a handful of indicators when it comes to like fuel quality. We will pick up there momentarily. Again, our number is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
President Biden has been trying to sell his $2.25 trillion infrastructure plan to the country, though Republican lawmakers are against the large spending package. Many have said that the proposal contains too many items that have nothing to do with infrastructure. Senator Roy Blunt is calling on the administration to present a much smaller, targeted infrastructure plan. The Missouri Republican tells Fox News that the president would have bipartisan support for a plan that focuses on infrastructure and has a much smaller price tag.
I think it's a big mistake for the administration. They know I think it's a mistake, and I also think it would be an easy victory if we go back and look at roads and bridges and ports and airports and maybe even underground water systems and broadband. You'd still be talking about less than 30% of this entire package, and it's a easily doable 30%, I think.
This is USA Radio News.
Do you need to sell your home? If you've sold a home before, you remember how stressful and expensive it was. Sold.com is here to help you sell your home for the most money and with the least amount of stress. There are new ways to sell your home that you've never heard of before. Did you know there are companies who'll offer you cash for your home? Did you know you could trade in your home for a new one? Did you know there are realtors who'll sell your home for a flat fee instead of an expensive commission? It's true. Sold.com services are free. So if you're looking to sell, make this free phone call right now and learn how your next home sale can be faster and easier than you ever thought possible. Pick up your cell phone and call right now. 800-990-3125. 800-990-3125. 800-990-3125. Again, that's 800-990-3125.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the Smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced System Shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example, stiction. Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Alrighty, back on a Monday, closing out the Easter Sunday, time zone to time zone. Hope you had a great Easter weekend. Again, a great night. For most of the country, not having to deal with wintry precip, not having to deal with rain. Yeah, a little bit of wind issues in parts of the southwest, down toward the Four Corners region. And, of course, on Monday mornings, Joel Morrow joins us, and we're talking fuel system optimization on this particular Monday morning. We left off there, Joel, looking at the best place to start, and you had some points as far as some indicators of fuel quality, which varies from pump to pump, I guess.
Absolutely. There's large variations across the country, and there are some standards in place that, the government has in place to ensure that we're getting at least a minimum quality with our fuel. And we've done some testing at local truck stops where we had pulled fuel samples and had things tested. And, quite often fuel at truck stops that don't turn over fuel quickly, a lot of times it'll oxidize and it doesn't even meet the minimum standards. We'd run into where we're supposed to meet a minimum cetane level of 40, and you were coming up with 35 or 36. We weren't even getting to the minimum standards. So yeah, it's important to understand this. So as always, fuel quality should always be the starting point when optimizing your fuel system. Let's optimize the fluid going into the mechanical system to really make things work well. So let's start with cetane. It's something that most guys have heard about. Cetane rating or number is a measurement of the quality of performance of diesel fuel. The higher the number, the better the fuel burns within the engine of your truck. So cetane number is similar to the octane rating in that it is a rating assigned to a fuel to rate the quality of its combustion. Keep in mind that the higher the cetane rating of diesel fuel, the faster it burns. Conversely, with higher octane rating of gasoline, the slower the fuel burns. So they're kind of yin and yang, the opposites of each other. Cetane is very fast burning, octane is very slow burning. Faster burning diesel fuel results in more torque and horsepower. As that piston's moving through the power stroke, we're up at top dead center, the fuel ignites. When the fuel burns fast, you get the full push of that combustion event, the entire stroke of the piston. If it's slow burning, you get this lingering burn down the cylinder and you don't get that full push on the piston. So it's very important that we have at least 40 cetane. I personally like to see 50 cetane because I want that combustion event to really, really pop when we're at top dead center, so we get that extra torque and horsepower, which, again, we talk downspin engines all the time. Here it's really important because we're trying to do the same amount of work with fewer power strokes. So getting the most out of every stroke is very, very important with a downspin engine. It's important with, your standard gearing and traditional engines as well. It helps to reduce smoke, and it helps the truck to start easier. They run much quieter. Unfortunately, cetane levels in the United States are pretty low with, like I said, a minimum at 40. In Europe, we typically see closer to 50. And this is really a challenge for guys running today's newer trucks. To me, a quality fuel treatment that increases cetane is almost a must to keep that emission system performing the way it should without running into a bunch of downtime. Yeah, you're going to spend a few cents up front to buy that fuel treatment that keeps the cetane level high, but you're going to avoid thousands and thousands of dollars of downtime and emission system troubles on the back end. So very important to have a cetane level closer to 50 rather than the 40 minimum that we see at the pump.
Would that be where
Lubricity.
the likes of a hot
Sure.
shot, is that where a hot shot secret like the Diesel Extreme, I think that's got the cetane boost in it. That's where something like that comes in.
Sure. Diesel Extreme, the everyday treatment, the winter anti-gel, it all has a cetane boost in it. And yeah, absolutely. Hot Shot Secret, in my opinion, they make some of the absolute best treatments on the market. And, that's why I run it in our fleet, and we treat our bulk tank with it. We treat everything with it. And we have very, very few emissions issues because we are running cetane levels closer to 50 rather than that 40, which is a minimum standard that the government tells us we have to be at.
Gotcha.
So, moving on, we hear a lot about lubricity. And lubricity is defined as the ability of a lubricant, in this case diesel fuel, to minimize friction and damage to surfaces and relative motion under load. Generally, the tests used to evaluate diesel fuel lubricity to try to create conditions of boundary lubrication. These tests, they're trying to simulate what's happening in the real world. Lubricity is measured on a device called a high-frequency reciprocating rig. And this tool places a load on a bearing for 90 minutes using fuel as the lubricant. After the test is complete, the size of the wear scar on the bearing is measured. So we're looking to get the smallest wear scar that we can. And again, here the United States lags behind everybody else. We allow a 520 millimeter wear scar. In Europe, it's a 460 millimeter wear scar. And the Engine Manufacturers Association agrees with the EU that we should be shooting for that smaller wear scar, which only makes sense. I mean, if we're getting a smaller wear scar, our injectors and our fuel pumps are going to last longer in the engine. And here again, the Hot Shot Secret products, they help us achieve that 460 millimeter wear scar to be more optimal rather than just meeting the minimum requirement of what the government says we have to meet. So lubricity is very important in regards to fuel pump and injector life. Then we run into water, and this is something people don't really think about till they're sitting on the side of the road because they have contaminated fuel. Mm-hmm. Minimizing water in your fuel is essential for optimum performance. Keeping your fuel tanks full, something that's very easy to do, will significantly reduce water in your fuel system. So a lot of guys today, they have 300-gallon fuel capacity, twin 150s on each side, and they'll run, most of the week without refilling them. And what happens is we're putting warm fuel into a container that's half full, which, especially this time of year when we have the temperature variations outside, which creates a lot of condensation that forms on the inside of the tank, and that water drops down into the fuel system. A lot of water can be introduced into your fuel system this way. So a very, very easy way to help keep water out of your fuel system is to keep your tanks full whenever possible. Keep them topped off, and that keeps a lot of water out of the fuel system, improves the life of the fuel pump and the injectors, and it's free to do. It's kind of a simple thing to do.
Yeah.
Diesel fuel treatments will also help to disperse water. Some treatments will break it into small pieces and pass it through the system. Other treatments will allow it to collect on the bottom of the tank so it can be removed, or it's easily caught by your water separator. So it's important to know what kind of treatment you're using and what's happening in that regard. The other thing that is super important that we almost never hear about is age of the fuel. And ultra-low sulfur diesel fuel oxidizes very rapidly, and this can impact the cetane rating and the lubricity level of the fuel. I have reviewed multiple studies which suggest this can take place in as little as 2 weeks. Some studies say up to 30 days. What we need to understand is from the time the fuel is produced in the refinery to the time it is delivered at the truck stop, the average time that fuel sets in the queue, traveling to and from, it's about 14 days. So that oxidation process, according to some studies, says that fuel's already started to oxidize by the time it hits the tank at the truck stop. So you may be getting oxidized fuel if you go into a truck stop that doesn't turn over fuel fast, and some of these mom and pop stations that they don't have a lot of sales, that stuff may be in the ground for quite a while, and today's diesel fuel oxidizes very quickly. So you have to trust that they're putting a stabilizer in that diesel fuel. When we think about diesel fuel retailers, they are trying to buy that fuel as cheap as possible and obviously sell it for as much as they can. So some places, they're going to say, I don't want to put a stabilizer in it, or I don't want to put any extra treatment in it because that's just going to raise my cost and reduce my profit. So we always have to keep that in mind when we're thinking about the diesel fuel that we're buying on the road. They are very cost conscious. They're obviously a profit driven company, so they're going to want to spend the least amount of money on that fuel while it's in their possession and obviously sell it for as much as they can. So in my mind, I never expect that a truck stop, whether it's a chain or a mom and pop truck stop, has got my best interest in heart, and they're going to put premium treatments in this fuel to keep me on the road. They're going to be looking out for themselves in most instances, and how do I make more money? And so it's important to understand that.
And I'm guessing that's why they kind of always just go, you mentioned the minimum standards, and if you're a fuel producer or whatever, you're probably looking at the most cost-effective routes. So if they have a cetane of a 40 minimum, you're not going to be bumping it to 50 like the European standard. You're probably going to be producing just exactly what you have to produce to put it in the tank.
That's exactly right. They're not going to put extra stabilizers in there to stop the oxidation. You're exactly right on the cetane. They're not really worried about putting extra lubricity in there to help the customer out. They're just producing exactly what they need to by government standard, putting it in the ground to sell to you at as much profit as they can make on it. So that's exactly right. The other thing that we need to look at in the fuel quality part is, of course, in the wintertime, is it being treated so we don't get the wax, kind of dropping out of suspension and accumulating on the filters and gelling up. And, this is one where every winter we go out and we take samples from local truck stops and we throw them in the deep freeze in glass mason jars, and we just kind of watch them. And it is amazing the difference from truck stop to truck stop. And at times, it's even really pump to pump. I mean, it's crazy the variance that you get in the wintertime. Everybody's advertising treated fuel up north, and sometimes it's treated and you'll start to see it cloud up at about 0. Other times it's 10 below. Sometimes it's 10 above. So there is a big difference. And it's never consistent. And I think that's the thing that people need to understand. You lack consistency. It's just everything's kind of random when you're out buying the stuff on the open market. And by treating the stuff yourself, it's just a great insurance policy that you're going to stay up and running. You're not going to run into mechanical difficulties. You're not going to gel up, and you're not going to have emission system problems. The truck's going to run better. It's one of the reasons that we have been treating fuel in our fleet for years, and it's really worked out well for us.
And I remember going, if I can go back to the biofuel thing, yeah, it doesn't take a whole lot of the biodiesel. That stuff gels up at a much higher, what's the cold pour point or whatever? It's much higher for the bio than it is the regular, is it not?
Yeah, it can be. And, we've gotten to situations even in our yard bulk tank where we try to always buy straight number 2 with no bio in it during the winter. And sometimes it's hard to get a hold of them. And sometimes they just make mistakes when they deliver it and they dump the wrong stuff in. And that happened to us a few winters back. And we'd gotten some biofuel that actually had animal fat in it. And it was just horrible. And trying to fix that situation was very, very tough. And that was right around the time when we had actually made the switch over to Hot Shot Secret. The folks down there were real good with us, and they worked with us to correct the problem, and we got it fixed, and we got the bulk tank up and running again. But there's just all different types of bio, and it comes from all kinds of different sources, and it has different cloud points and pour points, and it gets crazy with the whole bio thing.
I remember a guy, it's been a number of years ago, going back in time when they were really just, the bio was in its infancy, the biodiesel, but he would take those samples up into the real world. You were talking about the deep freeze or whatever. He'd take them up into the cold temperatures in the Dakotas and put them in those, the mason jars, as you were saying. And oftentimes, this stuff gets literally solid, like a candle wax almost.
Yeah, you can see it. It's crazy to watch this stuff. as it sets up, we'd put it in the jars, and of course we'd look at it in the freezer like every couple hours. We're taking a peek at it, and it went from clear and bright, and this haze starts to form, and it's really cool to watch it transition. But you're exactly right; it'll set up some of it just like candle wax, and that's exactly the problem we had in our bulk tank a few years ago. So it was like having 10,000 gallons of candle wax in this tank, and we're thinking, what are we going to do with this? Wait till it warms up to 70 degrees out. And so, yeah, there are some ways that you can fix that with chemistry. We prefer not to. We like to try to just treat it and do it right on the front side and not run into that potential problem.
So everything you just mentioned there, I think there were 5 different issues. You started with the cetane, and then the age, and of course the wax, all those things. All those items can be treated up front, right? You've got the varying products that can take care of all those issues and keep your fuel in top-notch order.
Absolutely. The people at Hot Shot Secrets, they do a very, very good job with their fuel treatments, helping you to optimize your fuel system. You can address every single one of those ahead of time proactively, so you don't run into problems. The main pushback you hear from people is, it's so expensive. Look what that costs. Well, what does it cost to have your truck towed from the middle of North Dakota to some place, that's warm enough to get your truck running again? So you have a tow, you're going to put it into a shop bay to warm this thing up. You're going to have all the downtime associated with it. You're literally talking thousands of dollars potentially if your system gels up hard. Even doing a road call to bring filters out and to dump some anti-gel in the tanks is going to be very, very expensive. So you always kind of have to think about it, spend a little now instead of a lot later. Also, these treatments really help to optimize the emission system performance and the durability over time. And we all know how costly that can be. It was just out on Facebook in one of the groups that I'm active in, and a guy had a 1-box failure in a DD15, and he said he could have bought a base model F-150 for what he paid to repair his emission system. It's just crazy to think about that it costs that much to repair the emission system. So when you think about it in those terms, that little bit that you spend up front for a fuel treatment, it makes a whole lot of sense. The stuff works, and it works well. We put everyday treatment in every day, just like it says to do. The Diesel Extreme, when we do our services, bottles go in each tank, helps keep the injectors nice and clean, helps to reduce the emissions. These products work, and they work very well. They're relatively inexpensive, and it's easy to do.
Very good. So next up on the list as we head toward top of the hour news update time. By the way, it's 844-844-3388. Yeah, I guess next on the list, what else can you do to maybe help optimize your fuel system?
Sure. There are a couple technologies out there that I really like. And when you get out in the marketplace, we have fuel air separation systems that have been around for quite a while. And, people kind of argue back and forth. Do these things work? Well, some people say they worked on older engines, but they don't work on the newer engines. And so the companies in the marketplace on this, we have Pure Flow Technologies, which is the manufacturer of AirDog, and we have the Fast diesel fuel systems. They both make similar systems that do similar things. The AirDog system, it has a dual stage that actually works on both the inlet and the outlet side of the OEM fuel pump, which is unique in the industry. So These things can really, really help to improve the performance of today's trucks, especially, and here we go again with the downsped trucks, to help us make the torque and horsepower at low RPM. Even with the new common rail fuel injection system, these systems are still effective. And they're also effective on the older engines as well. But it's surprising how effective they are on these highly engineered, pieces of machinery we have today with all these improvements that they've made on the fuel systems. These things still work really well. So it's something that people should take a really hard look at, especially the owner operators, the guys that are driving their own trucks, because it really does give them a nice kick in the butt as far as power and torque, especially at lower RPM.
Okay. Well, I guess before we get into, I want to know what exactly these systems actually do. But anytime you're talking about adding something on after the fact, there's a lot of skeptics, I guess. That's, it's just snake oil. It's somebody trying to make a quick buck or whatever. If these things actually did what they say they're going to do, why don't OEMs have this technology from the assembly line? Do you hear that?
Absolutely, and there's an explanation for that. So when an engineer is designing the fuel system and the overall engine, they're looking at this from an emissions point of view, and they have to produce a certain amount of horsepower, and they put out a power and torque curve. And when they are doing this, they are in laboratory conditions. So the fuel supply is up higher than the engine. It's gravity feeding the inlet port of the fuel pump. There's no variation in altitude. There's no weather changes. There's none of these things. So it's a very static situation. Out in the real world, it's more dynamic. And we'll talk about this a little bit later, but all of the considerations that go into planning that fuel system, every one of those out in the real world has variation to it. And that variation is never accounted for when they're putting this together under laboratory conditions. It's impossible to do. So they build it to a spec that they're comfortable with, and then it goes out into the marketplace. What we're going to talk about is how a system like the AirDog really helps us deal with the variation that we see out in the real world.
Okay. And I guess to some extent, the OEMs are, it's almost like a parallel to the fuel jobbers or whatever. They have to meet the spec for whatever, the cetane and whatnot. The OEMs, they're looking, if some of this technology may add 3, 4, 5, whatever, hundreds of dollars to the cost of every truck, which when you're multiplying that times thousands of trucks, they don't want to do that because it's going to cost their bottom line.
Yeah, it can. That's exactly right. So here's another layer of complexity, another layer of expense that, as an engineer, maybe they're not dealing with in a test cell. And so they're thinking, well, is this really necessary? I'm not sure that it is because we don't see any of this. Well, they don't see all the variation that we see out in the real world. So you're exactly right. There's a combination of reasons why the OEMs may not want to invest in technologies like this. What I see happening, though, is as we get more and more complex in the fuel system, I think systems like these are going to kind of become standard because they really do help the engine perform better.
Okay. All right, we're going to get a news update when we come back. Yeah, you were going to, before I interrupted you there, you were going to talk about kind of what these systems actually do and why they are important, and we'll get into that. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. Welcome into a Monday, Easter Monday, according to the calendar. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
President Biden has been trying to sell his $2.25 trillion infrastructure plan to the country, though Republican lawmakers are against the large spending package. Many have said that the proposal contains too many items that have nothing to do with infrastructure. Senator Roy Blunt is calling on the administration to present a much smaller, targeted infrastructure plan. The Missouri Republican tells Fox News that the president would have bipartisan support for a plan that focuses on infrastructure and has a much smaller price tag.
I think it's a big mistake for the administration. They know I think it's a mistake, and I also think it would be an easy victory if we go back and look at roads and bridges and ports and airports and maybe even underground water systems and broadband. You'd still be talking about less than 30% of this entire package, and it's a easily doable 30%, I think.
This is USA Radio News.
Friends, Mike Lindell is a great supporter of conservative radio, but most of all, he's a man who has invented a great USA product that will help you get a great night's sleep. For over 3 years, I've told you how the MyPillow Premium Pillow has changed my life. I get the best sleep of my life. But more importantly, the pillows don't go flat. You can wash them and dry them as many times as you want. They maintain their shape, and they are made in the USA. Here's the best deal you'll ever get on a MyPillow Premium Pillow. $29.98 for a standard or queen size pillow. King size, only $5 more. You're saving $40. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. You can save up to 60% on any MyPillow product when you use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the MyPillow Premium Pillow Special.
COVID cases are on the increase in several areas of the United States, rising overall by 19% over the last 2 weeks, even as the country is setting new records for vaccinations. But health experts are divided over whether a fourth wave of cases is on the horizon. Dr. Michael Osterholm believes a rise in cases in the upper Midwest is just the beginning. The director of the Center for Infectious Disease Research and Policy tells NBC's Meet the Press that we're just at the beginning of a fourth surge.
We have had, over the course of the past year, surges of cases that occur in the upper Midwest and the Northeast, and they subside. Then we see big increases in cases through all the southern Sunbelt states. Then it subsides in the Northeast and Midwest come back again. And we're now, I think, in that cycle where the upper Midwest is just now beginning to start this fourth surge. And I think it was a wake-up call to everyone yesterday when Michigan reported out 8,400 new cases, and we're now seeing increasing number of severe illnesses, ICU hospitalizations, in individuals who are between 30 and 50 years of age who have not been vaccinated.
This is USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go and pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
Hunter Biden is defending his business dealings with foreign countries. Jeremy Scott reports from the USA Radio News Oregon Bureau.
Federal prosecutors in Delaware revealed last December that they're investigating Hunter Biden's finances. The president's second son has denied any wrongdoing. He told CBS,
I'm cooperating completely, and I am absolutely certain, 100% certain, that at the end of the investigation, that I will be cleared of any wrongdoing.
You're 100% certain.
I'm 100% certain of it. And all I can do is cooperate and trust in the process.
Hunter Biden sat on the board of a Ukrainian gas firm, which is the subject of a corruption investigation. His overseas business dealings with Ukraine and China became the subject of the 2020 election after an article in the New York Post. From the USA Radio News Oregon Bureau, I'm Jeremy Scott.
And a state of emergency has been declared in Manatee County, Florida, as a wastewater reserve about 40 miles south of Tampa is near collapse. Hundreds of people near the Piney Point Reservoir have been evacuated as officials worry the reservoir's walls could structurally collapse, allowing more than 600 million gallons of water to escape into the surrounding area. Crews are working to pump water out of the pond to alleviate the pressure on the reservoir's walls. The pond contains a mix of fresh and salt waters and wastewaters from an old phosphate plant. And Stanford has won the NCAA Women's Basketball Championship, holding off fellow Pac-12 team Arizona 54-53. It's the Cardinals' first national championship since 1992. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
the primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Here on a Monday, close out the weekend. Hope you had a wonderful Easter weekend. Now we can just settle in, back to the old grind, right? Well, so it's springtime, and of course they tell us so. We'll be talking again. Spring severe weather returns later this week, especially toward midweek. Now, we saw some generally mild and dry conditions much of last weekend of the weekend in the Pacific Northwest. That's not going to last much longer as the region set to be chilled, some cooler air, and even some snow and rain showers from a storm moving into the region to end the weekend and start out the new week. A majority of the Northwest has been experiencing not near average or a little bit above average temperatures over the past several days. Seattle's high, 57 Friday. That's about normal for early April. You bumped up a little bit in the low 60s on Saturday. That's not going to last, though, as temperatures begin to dive, as they did on your Easter Sunday, where you only hit 50 degrees. Further south conditions also heated to above normal levels over the past several days. Many locales across eastern Washington, Oregon, Idaho, Montana, Wyoming. You saw some record-challenging warmth for your Easter Sunday. However, a storm is set to barrel into the Pacific Northwest as we get into the new week, and that's going to cut your high temperatures a good 20 to 30 degrees, they tell us. Boise, Idaho, soared dramatically, mid-70s, both Thursday and Friday. Boise hit 78 degrees on Saturday. That was close to a record set at 87. Places like Bozeman and Billings, Montana, comfortably in the 70s over the weekend. But again, the bottom's going to begin to fall out. Snow levels in the Cascades are going to drop down between, say, 2,000 and 4,000 feet. And then rise a little bit later on Monday afternoon between 3,000 and 5,000 feet. We could see some issues along some of the passes. Bozeman, despite the benefit of this is kind of a nuisance storm, some travel disruptions, maybe some slippery roads, Snoqualmie Pass, for instance, and Stevens Pass, as those snow levels drop. Snow's more likely to accumulate in the mountains and on the grassy surfaces, rather than the paved areas there. So maybe a few travel headaches for that region of the country. Meanwhile, back on a Monday morning with Joel Morrow, who joins us each Monday morning as we get the new week started here. And it's fuel system optimization we're talking about this morning. We left off in hour number one, you mentioned some particular technologies like the pure flow. And how do these things actually work? And there was what was the other one, a fast system you called it?
Correct. What they're doing, and let's break this down so I'm keeping everything straight and not confusing everybody. So the AirDog system is a 2-stage system. And what we're going to talk about here is stage 1. The FAST system, it is only a single stage system, and this part of the system goes between the fuel tank and the inlet port of the fuel pump. So it's on the suction side. And what these systems do, and both of them are essentially doing the exact same thing. They are providing improved or more available net positive suction head. Essentially what that's saying, it's a fancy way of saying it keeps fuel in the inlet port without letting a bunch of air and other things get in there. So both these systems, they have very nice fuel filters and water separators on them. They provide a pathway for air and vapor to escape on the suction side. So they're just bringing in solid raw fuel, and then they're supercharging it into the inlet port via a 12-volt electric pump to really charge the port of the mechanically driven fuel pump on the engine. And this is beneficial for many reasons, but this is what they're doing. And the term is called net positive suction head. It's very well known and very well understood. And again, the OEM engineers, they're working in their test labs, and so they can calculate this net positive suction head because there's really no variation in what's going on in that test lab. So this is important because all of the variables used to calculate the required net positive suction head, which includes absolute pressure on the surface of the fuel in the tank, the vertical distance between the surface of the liquid in the fuel tank and the center line of the fuel pump, frictional losses of suction fuel line piping, velocity head at the fuel pump suction port, absolute vapor pressure of the fuel at pumping temperature. You know, all of these things are very well controlled in the laboratory environment. In the real world, they're dynamic and changing. As temperature and elevation and fuel levels in the tank change, all of those calculations change. And so these systems really help us make sure that we have more than enough net positive suction head or enough fuel in that inlet port, regardless of what's happening in the duty cycle. For example, you could be running across Indiana, relatively flat, a 70-degree day, full tanks of fuel. You know, that calculation is going to look a little bit different for the guy that's, you know, climbing a hill out of Salt Lake City, and it's maybe 110 degrees, and he's picking up elevation, and he has a half full fuel tank. All of the variables changed, and so your net positive suction head requirements change if you want to run optimally. So that's why these systems can be really important, and they really do make a big difference in the overall performance of the truck. Both of these systems, that, you know, for lack of a better word, that is what they're doing. They are providing that fuel and making sure it is always there and always available.
So you're talking net positive suction head. How does providing net positive suction head benefit the owner operator, would you say?
Well, by supercharging the inlet port of the OEM fuel pump, the OEM fuel pump works more efficiently. And this really applies to today's downsped trucks, where, again, we are trying to do the same amount of work on fewer strokes of the piston. We need to make sure that that mechanically driven fuel pump, which relies on engine RPM to stay on the efficiency curve, is operating at its most efficient. And when we supercharge that port or provide that net positive suction head at the port, we're making sure that the OEM fuel pump is working as efficiently as possible. You know, and again, we're expelling any of the air and any of the entrained air and vapor that's coming out of the fuel tank as things are sloshing around in there. We're catching all the particulate. We're catching all the water. So, providing that net positive suction head really, really helps improve the performance of the engine, the drivability of the engine.
Okay, fascinating stuff. So you mentioned two different types of systems. I'm gonna jump over to we got a caller on the line, but I'm not seeing a name. I'm guessing they've got a question for Joel here. So let me see if I can pop him up on the screen. If my screen will work. At the moment, it doesn't want to click on, so I'll try to reload here. All right, so let's move. I'll keep trying to pull them up here. It's 844-844-3388. You mentioned you got the Air Dog and then the FAST performance system. Is one better than the other, and would there be a reason why?
Well, obviously, on the first stage, they're both, performing that same type of function. The differences that we see, the AirDog system has a demand flow fuel pump, which allows for a very simple, easy installation because we're not returning so much fuel to the fuel tank after we remove the air. We can just tie right into the factory return lines, and so it makes it pretty simple. With the FAST system, we have to run new return lines because they have a constant flow pump, and it makes the install a little more challenging, oftentimes a little more expensive. So you really have to take that into consideration. But really, to me, the big thing between the two is that the AirDog offers that very, very important second stage that we'll talk about a little bit later. And the AirDog second stage will work with either the FAST or the AirDog's first stage or the FAST system. But that second stage is kind of a unique product out on the market that's working on the pressure side, doing some things that are pretty interesting.
Okay. All right. I want to take a quick 60-second time out here. For whatever reason, the phone is not wanting to operate correctly. You would call those technical issues, but I'm going to have you maybe dial us back up because I can't get the phone to do anything with anyone else right now. Okay, Joel? So
sure.
I'll close this out. You dial us right back up. Give it about 60 seconds here, and we'll reset the calls. And that's as simple as that. It's 844-844-3388. I got to start off the week. You got to love it. Typically, we have to reset the phones at some point in the morning anyway, so this is just a way to get ahead of the game. I won't have to reset the phones later on this morning. All right, again, it's 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, thank you for dialing us back up there, Joel. As technical difficulties is what they like to call it. I think everything's back up and running now. You get, okay, so we got the caller there, then I will unmute Joel. I think it's working now. The miracles of modern technology.
All right.
Who have we got on the line with Joel here this morning?
Hello?
Hi there. I recognize that voice. That is our friend, young Colton. Colton, how are you this morning?
I'm doing good.
Good. How was your Easter weekend?
Yep. Good.
So you're still on spring break technically, but you're not out with Dad in the truck this week, right?
I'm just listening to you on my computer, actually. And it keeps repeating everything, basically.
Oh, boy.
Yep, and I can't even find my mouse, dang it. That's why, because when I accidentally got disconnected off the line, it disconnected me from both, from the live stream, too.
Yeah. Well, everything should be up and running good now.
Oh, great. My computer's yelling at me.
Well, don't yell back at it. It won't know what you're saying. But yeah, young Colton, just say hi to Joel there, Colton, because he's our tech expert guy, and we're talking with Joel. Yeah, Colton is, I think, going to be 10 years old here soon, and he was out with his dad on the truck last week. Joel, did you ever get an opportunity? I don't know. Are you from a trucking family? Did you get out as a kid and drive truck with Dad?
Oh, absolutely. We were out all the time.
In about 4 days will be my birthday.
All right. 10 years old, right?
Awesome.
Yes.
Well,
so basically, this is going to be the last week I'm going to be calling in until I get on spring break again.
Yeah, because you're not supposed to be up at 1:20 in the morning on a weeknight when you got to go to school, right?
Right, that's why first thing I said after you said, I trust you had a great weekend, happy Easter Monday. I'm like, what? Did he just literally respond back after you saw what I said?
I did. So, yeah, that was for you, Colton. I hope you had a great Easter Sunday. He's a nice kid. Going to be 10 years old. Hey, Horse Feathers, what do you say?
Happy Monday, I guess. I don't know. What else can you say on a Monday? I guess we could call it all kinds of mean, nasty things, but could say, hey, Joel, good to hear you on the air this morning.
How are you?
Anyways, so, yeah, I heard a little bit of your fuel stuff there, and then I had to put 10,000 gallons of fuel in my tank, so I had to get outside to do that for a minute. But anyways, I wish I could convert this over to run on propane. I might be able to not cost the boss so much money if I could sneak a little bit out of the tank and put in with the diesel there. I don't know how that would work out for a supplement, but anyway, I was still kind of had a couple more questions there with the cruise control and actually with the Jake brake too, if you don't mind taking that this morning.
Sure.
So with the cruise control, a lot of times, well, actually you start out with the progressive shifting and everything that we're doing now. People I used to listen to there at one time, and I think you're on with Kevin, you said, he was always one to say that you want to get to your top gear pretty much as quick as possible. Is that still pretty much the way it should be? That, I mean, you want to get to your highest gear as quick as you can through with your torque and.
Sure. Yeah. And it's kind of surprising when we think of progressive shifting, we're thinking we're coming up through the gear slow. We're not using as much RPM. We actually get into top gear faster because we're not spending the time revving the engine up. So progressive shifting typically, and a lot of this is weight dependent now. If you're very heavy, it may not hold true, but if you're moderate or you're light, you typically get into top gear a little bit quicker than you do if you're winding out every gear or maybe even trying to skip shift gears.
Okay. So where I was kind of going with the cruise control and, still using the throttle instead of the cruise, when I'm trying to get to the top of hills, a lot of times just before I get to the top of the hill, I'll actually ease back out of the throttle a little bit just to kind of maintain instead of try to, increase my speed. So when I'm braking the hill, gravity actually helps me a little bit. So I'm not at full throttle pulling the top of the hill. I'm actually, have cut back a little bit before I break the top of the hill so that, when gravity does help me a little bit, then I'm not trying to put all the fuel to the system that I can to actually increase my speed and just let it ease up. Now, is that something the crews would recognize, or is that something I'm doing that the crews wouldn't recognize?
Some of the newer trucks do exactly what you're talking about on cruise. They have, on the Volvo side, we call it IC. And Freightliner has a similar system. I'm not sure what the name is, but it's actually looking down the road. And as you're pulling a hill, it will throttle back a little bit as you're cresting and then let gravity do the work as you're going on over top of the hill. So what you're doing is the exact right thing to be doing, no doubt.
All right. And I guess my last thing in that question of grades and everything, with the Jake brake, does the Jake brake or engine brake, does that, steal fuel mileage from you while you're going downhill? So that, if you're trying to hold back, I know you're saving on, braking systems and, your brake linings and stuff. But does it, and if it does, what's, which is usually better for your bottom line? Is it better to run the Jake brake if it does use more fuel that way, or are you better off burning off a little bit of brake lining just now and then?
No, the Jake brake itself is not going to burn any extra fuel, but what you want to keep in mind when you're coming down a grade is to kind of strategically use that brake as you get close to the end. You kind of want a little gravity pull or a little roll window at the end, so don't be afraid to flip that thing off as you get down towards the end of the grade and let gravity kind of take over again and kind of roll out as long as you can before you have to power the engine back up. But if you're 80,000 pounds and you're on a steep grade, absolutely run that engine brake. Don't be afraid of it. It's not gonna beat you up fuel mileage wise.
All right. So anyways, so at the bottom of the hill, we can actually go back to the old school driving a Dragonfly truck in then, right? And fly down to one side to drag up the other. Oh, wait a minute. With these big motors now, we don't have to drag quite so bad up the other side.
Yeah, this is true. Yeah, exactly. It's still the same concept, and you're right. With today's engines, they're a little stronger, and they do pull a little bit better up the other side. So, absolutely.
Hey, Horse Feathers, thanks so much for checking in this morning. And we'll probably chat later on this morning. We got lots of interesting things to cover here on a Back to Work Monday. I think we left off there getting back to the fuel system optimization. We were talking the Air Dog and then the FASS. And when we come back, what about the second stage of the Air Dog system? What is that and what does it do? And why doesn't the FASS offer a second stage? You were trying to explain. So first off, we get a news break, as we call it. Back shortly, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
More than 3 million Americans per day are receiving COVID vaccinations as vaccination efforts increase across the country. On Saturday, more than 4 million doses were administered, setting a new single-day record. Despite those efforts, cases are slowly rising, with spreading variants being blamed for the increase. Dr. Celine Gounder was a member of the Biden transition team's COVID advisory board and tells CNN that there are still some precautions those who are vaccinated should take, including avoiding large crowds.
Only about 30% of people in this country have received even one dose of vaccine, much less being fully vaccinated. And so I think if you are vaccinated, yes, you can engage in some of these activities, but you should still stay away from crowds. You should, if you're visiting with people from household not your own, really be sticking to one other household at a time because there is still a very real risk.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Pastor Greg, host of the Chosen Generation Radio Show. I like discounts, and I bet you do too. If you're age 50 or older, the Association of Mature American Citizens, AMAC for short, has plenty of discounts available for their members. Airlines, hotels, restaurants, auto insurance, and help with your Medicare plans. What I like most about AMAC is they understand my values, and they're fighting for them every day. Unlike the other guys that just talk a good game, AMAC is actually holding to my biblical Christian American constitutional values. It feels good to belong to a true American organization. Why don't you join me by calling them at 855-696-7930. That's 855-696-7930. Again, the number is 855-696-7930, and use the promo code Pastor Greg. That's Pastor Greg.
Live
and get your
Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in two thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Hey, we're back on a Monday. I hope you had a good weekend. And Joel Morrow joins us on Monday mornings. Again, fuel system optimization. And we'll be talking a couple of different systems. You got both the Air Dog and then the Fast system. Where we left off, you were going to kind of explain what about the second stage of the Air Dog, why it is, what it does, and why doesn't Fast offer a second stage?
Sure. So the second stage of the Air Dog dual stage system is called the Champ 2. And like the first stage, the Champ 2 provides a pathway for vapor to escape on the pressure or outlet side of the OEM fuel pump. So a lot of people are going to say, well, how are you getting vapor if you're removing it on the inlet side? So once fuel is pumped into the pressure side of the fuel system, every twist, turn, restriction that's in that fuel system, and if you've ever seen an exploded diagram of a fuel system on today's modern trucks, it looks like a bowl of spaghetti. There's twists, there's turns, there's restrictions, there's check valves, there's filters, there's all kinds of different things that represents what they call a point of nucleation. And at the point of nucleation, it's a micro low pressure area that produces a localized superheated area that flashes liquid diesel fuel into a vapor. And as the vapor bubbles collapse, they leave a micro speck of carbon behind. And this process is called microdieseling, and it's very common with today's ultra high pressure common rail injection systems. The Champ 2 is the only fuel optimization option available today that works on the pressure side of the fuel system to help control microdieseling. And it's my understanding that the PureFlow technology folks, they have an exclusive patent on this device. So a lot of times we see asphaltene buildup on filters. We see dark colored diesel fuel. We put treatments in it, and it doesn't really seem to solve the problem. A lot of times that can be this microdieseling, and some engines are a little more susceptible than others. I think a lot of it's based on injection pressures and whatnot. But this second stage is very important to help control that microdieseling. Also, those little vapor bubbles, if they do make it to the injectors, that is a cavitation point. And cavitation in line haul trucks, in the injectors, that's the number one cause of failure in injectors, is cavitation in the injector. So this second stage helps to ensure that we eliminate the microdieseling, and it helps to even further control any chance of, we're eliminating any chance of cavitation in the fuel injection system. So it's a pretty cool little piece of technology that they have there that's very simple to install. At least in the Volvo application, it literally spins right on to where the fuel filter goes. It's a quick, simple installation, and it has a lot of benefits.
Okay. All right, one of the folks that are actually advertising with is the PureFlow Air Dog. I've heard of them, but I didn't really have that much of an understanding what the heck they do. So that's a great explanation. Now I know the rest of the story.
There you go.
So let me, before we get back to the calls here, I know some folks want to talk about the fuel additive. And I had another product that came up last week, because you're into all this modern technology, the technical stuff. I said at the time, I'm going to ask Joel about that next Monday morning. But as far as the fuel optimization system, what do you say the bottom line? What do they offer? And does it justify the cost? Everything you look at, you're trying to say, is there a return on investment, or is this justifiable to put on my truck?
Yeah, sure. And in my opinion, they're absolutely justifiable, especially for an owner-operator that's going to keep his truck a little bit longer. These systems are relatively, I wouldn't call them inexpensive, but they're not, they're not in the $10,000 range by any stretch of the imagination. You're looking at probably $1,500 to $2,000 by the time it's all said and done. And when you think about the benefits that they bring, improving low-end torque and horsepower, which makes today's trucks run a little bit better, a little bit easier to drive. They improve the traditionally geared trucks and the traditional power curve engines as well. You probably feel it a little bit more in the downsped engines, but you do get an improvement that is noticeable. I think the big thing is it really helps with the emissions as well, keeping that emission systems trouble-free to try and help to avoid that cost. And now we can control the microdieseling that occurs in the newer engines on the pressure side and really help to control the vapor, so we're not getting cavitation in the injectors. We all know what a set of injectors cost in today's engines. It is not cheap, and again, you have to figure in your downtime with that. So do these systems work? They absolutely work. There's no question that they work. Do they provide benefits that are tangible to owner-operators and small fleets? Absolutely, without question. There are systems that are a little bit simpler to install, like the Air Dog, because of the type of pump that it uses. And then they also have that second stage, which nobody else in the industry has, and it's patent protected. So I would expect that you're only going to see that system out of AirDog for quite some time.
Okay. So I guess all things wrapped into one, going back to additives, of course, we talk Hot Shot Secret because that's what we're all about, but you're going to get the best. You're going to improve your fuel, the quality of your fuel, and remove some of the contaminants in the water and all those things. And then if you add on the systems you're talking about, whether it's the AirDog or the FAST system, you're also it's going to be beneficial for your fuel system and you're trying to improve fuel economy at the same time. Is that what you're doing?
Absolutely. It improves fuel economy. It improves pulling power. It improves emission system durability. You're not going to run as many regens. The truck is much quieter. They start faster. There's a hell of a lot of benefit going on here with these systems. There's no doubt.
Okay. All right. I don't know. Would that be Fred?
Yeah, how you doing, Steve? Thanks for taking my call.
Hey, you're more than welcome. Glad to have you with us. Thank you.
Hey, Joel, I had a question about the additives and pretty much the AirDog. I run about 610 a day, and I average between 85 to 115 gallons, depending on the wind. I run hard because I have air freight, and I'm tight on hours most of the time. I know you put 2 ounces for every 25 gallons of the additive. I'm using 1 like the bottle says. Am I losing much by only doing 1?
I don't think so. I obviously I really drill down on this. Treating with the 1 you're gonna get the benefits for the emission system. You may not get quite as much benefit when you're pulling a hill and you start to let the RPM drop down because your cetane bump isn't going to be quite as great, but you're probably getting 85 to 90% of the benefit treating with the 1.
My second part of the question was, will the AirDog give me that extra pull? I have a PACCAR motor. The span is 11 to 1400. If you get down to 1150 and you hit an exhaust pipe, it drops you out of the engine. So if I get up over 1200, I do rather well, but I would love to stay between 11 and 12. And that would be 68 miles an hour with the 264 rears. But I can't. I mean, it's just not a sensible thing. I just run out of juice. Would the AirDog give me a little bit at that 11 to 12 span?
This is where the AirDog really shines. We're seeing, in that 40 to 50 pound-feet of torque range where it's actually changing the shape of the power curve down low. And so you're going to be able to hold that gear a little bit longer. It becomes much more drivable. It's definitely going to have some more low end grunt for you and probably allow you to run where you want to be.
Yeah, because when I have to drop down to 11th gear, then I'm running up around 1500. My DEF fuel goes up. Of course, my fuel economy goes down. Everything, but it runs. When I drop it down, it'll pull anything. But I'd rather stay out of it. But I need to keep going. So I'm between a rock and a hard spot.
Absolutely. What horsepower engine are you running?
455.
The 455. Yeah, I was just going to bring up the power curve on it and take a look at it. But yeah, absolutely. The AirDog's really going to give you a nice little bump down there. So when you gain that extra torque, obviously you're going to gain, some extra horsepower, around 10 extra horsepower down there as well, which may not seem like a whole lot, but when you look at the horsepower requirements for your duty cycle, that 10 horsepower and 50 pound-feet of torque low in the power band like that, a lot of times will enable you to hold that top gear just like you're wanting to do.
Yeah, that would be huge. And a lot of times it's just for a half a mile, get everything leveled out, and then I can drop it back out. But in that half a mile, I'm running 1600 RPMs instead of 1150. It's crazy.
Absolutely.
Just around, what is the AirDog with the second stage on it? I know you can't give me an exact price. Any idea? Or talk about $2,000, $2,500?
Yeah, I think you're going to be in that $2,000 range.
Okay, that's good enough. I'm not going to hold you to it, but I just wanted to get an idea.
Yep, absolutely.
All right, gentlemen. Thank you for taking my call. I appreciate the help.
Thank you so much for tuning
thanks for the
in.
call.
And thank you. Yep. Have a great week there, Fred. All right. It's kind of a totally separate topic, but I had a gentleman call last week, actually a personal friend. We talked off the air. He was telling me about this product. He said, Steve, you need to get a hold of these people, and these owner-operators need to have one of these. He's talking about the newer engines with the regen systems and some sort of a device that you can like force a regen. He was explaining how he's on more than one occasion. He's been out, I guess if you're out in the middle of nowhere, and if your truck needs a regen or something, it starts down throttling your engine power. And eventually, if you can't get to where you need to be, it'll put you in something called limp mode or something. Or he said, I can't go more than like 5 miles per hour. And essentially, you then find yourself possibly having to pay the cost of a tow to get you to a dealership, to where the dealership, I guess, throws some sort of code that they have to force a regen. Are you familiar with this kind of stuff? It's OTR Performance is what the name of the company he was talking about. Are you familiar with that stuff?
Absolutely. They make a great product to do exactly what you're talking about. It allows the owner-operators to kind of monitor a lot of the parameters that, the shops or even the dealers are looking at. So you kind of have that inside track on the health of your emission system. And it does allow you to do a forced regen kind of out in the middle of nowhere if you do get stuck in that position. Hopefully with a tool like that, you can kind of monitor the health so you're never really getting into that position. But that is a great tool to have if you're stuck, because you can do exactly what you're talking about. Force that regen, burn off some of the soot and the DPF and get running again without it derating you.
Okay, so like so many other things, it was kind of Greek to me. I thought these newer engines with the regens, they're supposed to automatically do that if you're on the road or whatever. Is there a specific time you have to do a regen, or?
They typically will take care of all that automatically. A lot of times what happens is sometimes it's just through neglect. A guy just kind of ignores certain things that are going on, and the DPF gets so full of soot that as it's attempting to do a regen, it's converting soot to ash, and ash takes up less space. You're just simply filling this thing all the way up. And it no matter how many times you regen it, it's not gonna get rid of ash. You can't burn ash away. You can burn soot and turn it into ash. So we watch things that we call the pressure differential in the DPF. And so it tells you what the pressure is before it's going in and then after it's coming out. And that gives you an indication of how much ash and soot are in there. And these tools allow you to see things like that. And once you begin to understand how to use these, it really gives the owner-operator a leg up on monitoring the health of their emission system and hopefully not get into that position. Okay. It's a great tool, absolutely great tool.
Okay, and I see that they have it for all the different makes and models and whatnot. So, like I said, it's kind of Greek to me, but he said for the cost of having one tow, he could pay for this device and not have to find himself out on the side of the road to get towed to a dealership. And I guess in some cases you could be, what could be maybe 100 plus several hundred miles from the nearest dealership for your truck.
Oh, absolutely. Especially the guys running out west. It wouldn't be uncommon to have a 200-300 mile tow back to a dealership. So it gets quite expensive, and tools like that are very helpful, and it allows the owner operators to kind of embrace this technology and not be so afraid of it once they can start to monitor what's actually happening with the emission system. It's just a matter of educating yourself. There's going to be a little bit of investment involved, but if you're going to be operating today's trucks and you're going to be out on the road, that little bit of money up front, that little bit of time and effort, it pays back huge on the backside. Being able to avoid a tow, being able to avoid sitting in the shop for 2 or 3 days, stuff like this is very valuable.
Okay. And I'm looking, I guess different makes and models. It's like a couple $100 for the initial hardware investment, but then you have to have some sort of a subscription or whatever. It says for a diagnostics subscription, whatever that means.
Yeah, I think you can buy different levels of support. I think there's like a basic level where you can just do a forced regen, but it's not really giving you much information on why, but it allows you to do it if your truck's ready to derate. There's several different brands out on the market, and they're all marketed a little bit different. The OTR system, I don't have any firsthand experience with it, but I know a few guys that have it and they absolutely love it. I think they support to the level of even the techs in the shop. And I think that subscription costs a whole lot more than what your typical owner operator in the truck level support would want to be.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Cause I'm looking at different plans. One's like $600 a year. There's one that's $1,600 a year. Now you're getting into a pretty healthy investment on for an annual basis. So with the regen systems, that's where the DEF comes into play. One of our advertisers just started last week. You've probably heard their spot here earlier, the Blue DEF. Are there a bunch of different kinds of DEF out there on the market, and is one better than the other? They're saying the Blue DEF Premium or Platinum, I think they called it.
I think there's a couple of premium products out there, and I think they have an anti-caking agent in them in the premium products that may help with the problem of the crystallization downstream in the emission system. I'm not 100% sure how well it works yet. I think that we have actually started running, I'm not sure if that's the exact brand, but one of the premium brands that has that anti-caking agent in it. So I should know more about that over the next few months as we watch. We do what they call a crystal sublimation regeneration, where it reaches a certain temperature to burn those crystals out of the exhaust system. So, over time we may be able to reduce the number of crystal subs we have to do, and we'll see.
Okay. So something maybe we can do a program somewhere else further down the line on. Just got a few minutes left here with Joel Morrow this morning, but when it comes to the newer engines, do I understand correctly that many of these things are having to regen a lot more often than when you're buying the product, you're buying the new truck, and it's, you're going to get X number of miles between regens and all that. Are they regenning a lot more than they initially thought they were going to? And at some point, can you explain, you have to actually remove that filter and have a pretty expensive process done to clean it out. Can you delve into that a little?
They shouldn't be regenning more. They should actually be regenning less. All of our new stuff, and of course, now we've got first class industry leading maintenance going on them. So I go 120,000 miles and never see a regen.
Wow.
The filter that you're talking about, the DEF or the DPF filter, you can pull them out. You can take them to an expensive place. There are people out there that just wet wash them. We wet wash them with a power washer, dry them out real good, and put them right back in. Works perfectly fine. Dealers, of course, they want you to use their services, and of course, you're going to pay dealer rates and whatnot.
Yeah.
your dealers may bark a little bit about warranty and stuff if you pull one out and wet wash it, but we've been doing it for years, and it works perfectly fine. Just make sure that they're very dry before you put them back in to reinstall them, because you don't want to blow moisture down through the emission system. But today's engines, you should be able to run all year and not have to do a parked regen.
A parked regen, okay. That's where you actually physically have to remove it. And are you is that where you're trying to actually remove the ash that's kind of plugging things up you were talking about?
Yeah, you're bringing the exhaust temperature up to a high temperature, and it's using the 7th injector, and it's putting some fuel in there, and it's really heating things up, and you're burning the soot up and turning it into ash. Ash takes up a lot less of the DPF filter. Typically with today's engines, as you're driving down the road, you won't even know it. It's doing a regen while you're going down the road, and you won't even know it. And it's reducing that soot down to ash. When the truck says pull over, we've got to do a parked regen, you kind of know you've got something, either the overhead needs adjusted or you've got sensors that are plugged up. There's a reason why it's asking for that. And if you do your maintenance aggressively, like we do, we change the boost pressure sensor, the fuel pressure sensor. We clean the crank position sensor and the cam position sensor. We run the overhead, and we adjust the exhaust plungers on an annual basis. Some people will wait 300,000 miles because that's what the book says. That's just a suggestion. My suggestion is don't wait that long. Do it early. Avoid the problem on the road. Have the truck in your own shop so you're not dealing with all the expenses we talked about as far as the tow trucks and trying to get into a shop that you know nothing about, and it just turns into a nightmare.
What was the old thing about an ounce of prevention or something? So that's kind of what you're doing, right?
Absolutely. Yes. Absolutely, 100%. Spend a little bit now instead of a whole lot later, and with an emission system, it will catch you later. There's just no doubt. You cannot just change oil and change filters on an emissions engine and expect that you're not going to have troubles down the road.
All right. Well, great to have you with us again here on a Monday morning. I guess you'll get some rest and back out on the road sometime Monday.
Probably Tuesday I'll be back out on the road.
So you get a little rest up Monday. Rest and R&R Monday. Okay. All right.
There you go.
We'll chat with you. I'll look forward to hearing from you next weekend, and we'll see what's on the slate for next Monday morning's program.
Absolutely. Great talking with you, Steve.
And again, if folks want to contact Joel, go to the Facebook. You get Joel Morrow, Morrow, and they'll find him there. You still have that little Buzz Lightyear character up so they know which one they're looking for?
Yep, that's exactly right.
Okay, when you see the picture with Buzz Lightyear, that's the Joel Morrow we're talking to. And you can questions or whatnot, he'll be happy to try to help you out there. Well, have a great week, and we'll chat again next Monday morning, Joel.
All right, you too, Steve. Looking forward to it.
Very good. And with that, it is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The Biden administration is trying to sell the nation on the president's infrastructure plan. The proposal contains funding to modernize roads, bridges, railways, and airports, but Republican lawmakers say there's too much money in the proposal for things other than infrastructure. Missouri Senator Roy Blunt said Sunday that he'd like to see the plan reduced down to include just the infrastructure projects that have bipartisan support. Mississippi Governor Tate Reeves agrees. He tells CNN that while infrastructure is one of the vital functions of government, he believes the Biden plan will raise taxes more than it will build roads.
The problem with this particular plan, though, is although the Biden administration is calling it an infrastructure plan, it looks more like a $2 trillion tax hike plan to me. That's going to lead to significant challenges in our economy. It's going to lead to slowing GDP, and it's going to lead to Americans losing significant numbers of jobs.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
At the American Veterinary Medical Association Annual Convention in Washington, D.C., I spoke with Dr. John Howe, AVMA president, about One Health.
One Health is really a collaboration between physicians and veterinarians or public health officials. For example, in Minnesota, our state public health veterinarian deals with zoonotic diseases, rabies, for example. Animals are sentinels for humans, and humans are sentinels for some infections in animals.
There's more valuable information at avma.org.
Balance of Nature's fruits and vegetables in a capsule, changing the world one life at a time.
You guys, your customer service and everything, you guys are great. And the commercials talk about it, but I don't know if it really gives it true justice. People need to know this is maybe the most amazing product I've ever tried. It's so pure, it tastes so good. I'm just blown away by it.
Balance of Nature is now offering 35% off on any new preferred order. Go to balanceofnature.com today and use discount code USA.
Gun control could be headed back to the Court of Appeals.
Epic Times reports a coalition of 22 states led by Republican attorneys general have called on the U.S. Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals to rule against California's attempt to ban magazines that hold more than 10 rounds. The legal challenge is led by Arizona and Louisiana's attorneys general. In 2016, California banned so-called high-capacity magazines holding 10 rounds or more. A federal judge later ruled that was unconstitutional. The Ninth Circuit's full 11-member panel has agreed to rehear the case. From the USA Radio News Oregon Bureau, I'm Jeremy Scott.
And a unit of the detention center at Guantanamo Bay has closed after falling into disrepair. The prisoners held in Camp 7 were moved to other parts of the facility, though officials did not say how many prisoners were moved. Camp 7 was previously used as part of a network of CIA detention centers where enhanced interrogation took place. The existence of the camp was initially denied when opened in 2006. There are about 40 prisoners still held at Guantanamo Bay. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Wyatt Cox. Each and every day, the USA Radio Network produces 3 hours of the greatest radio programs of all time. Comedies, drama, suspense, it's all there. Classic radio theater. Now, if your radio station doesn't carry the program, you can find them anywhere podcasts are served, including iHeartRadio, Spotify, Spreaker. Just search for USA Classic Radio Theater. Find it. USA Classic Radio Theater. You'll love it.
The chief medical advisor to the president says there is light at the end of the tunnel as far as ending the pandemic.
The CDC says more than 59 million Americans have now been fully vaccinated against the virus. On CNN, Dr. Anthony Fauci was asked when people could get back to normal.
I can't give you a day or a week, but I can tell you as we get more data showing that it is going to be extremely unlikely that people are going to transmit it, you're going to be seeing recommendations that people are not going to have to wear masks. They're not there yet, but they're getting there. Same way with the travel, saying now you can travel. When you travel, you don't have to get tested before and after, except if your destination demands that. You don't have to get quarantined when you come back from a situation. So more and more you're going to start seeing the advantages of getting vaccinated. Whereas before, you're right, people ask a question, if there's nothing different, well, why do we need to get vaccinated? Well, there's a good reason. One, you're protecting yourself, and you very, very unlikely will get sick if you get vaccinated, but also it will give you a freedom of getting back to some degree of normality.
From the USA Radio News Pacific Northwest Bureau, I'm Wendy King.
And Stanford was victorious Sunday in the finals of the women's NCAA Division I basketball tournament, outlasting Arizona 54-53. The Cardinal won their first national championship since 1992, and the third for head coach Tara Vanderveer. Haley Jones led Stanford with 17 points and 8 rebounds and was named the tournament's most outstanding player. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here on a Monday, and it's 844-3388. I guess with each passing hour, the likelihood of a breach there in the Tampa Bay area becomes less likely. Because I think the number was down to like about 306 million gallons of polluted water was still in the reservoir. So that's down quite a bit. Yeah, they held several news conferences this past day. The early news conference, 11 a.m. Sunday, said a 20-foot wall of water could form in less than an hour based on the models if that pond were to actually breach. Hundreds of homes evacuated Saturday into Sunday. Sunday afternoon, the 2 p.m. news conference. They were talking about the water that they're draining out of the pond. Diaz said pumps are sending about 33 million gallons a day from the pond to the bay. But the National Guard was supposedly flying more pumps to the top of the gypsum berm around the pond to where they're planning to double the amount of water to be pumped away. Late Sunday afternoon, they said, thankfully, to this point, we've been able to avoid that full-fledged breach that they've been concerned about. See, we're going back to Thursday of last week. They said that reservoir had about 800 million gallons of water. So they've pumped a lot of water off. Okay, reducing the risk of collapse. The pond sits in a large mound that's known as a gypsum stack that's made of a phosphogypsum, kind of a byproduct of the fertilizer that was made at that plant, dating back to 1966 up to 2001. Most of the naturally occurring radioactive uranium, thorium, and radium in phosphate rocks ends up in the phosphogypsum. The uranium and thorium decay to radium, then radium decays to radon, which is a radioactive gas. The wastewater in the pond at the top of the stack is kind of a mixture of seawater from the old dredging project, rainwater, and leftovers from fertilizer manufacturing that can carry phosphorus and nitrogen. Going back to Saturday afternoon, that the pond was in danger of collapsing. All right. The risk factor is the potential release of nearly 1 billion gallons of water. Wow. See, because there's not just the one pond, there's 2 other ponds on the site that actually have higher levels of the byproduct. So they're kind of like in uncharted territory. If the one were to breach, I guess the pressure from the others could all 3 go. That would be catastrophic. All right, so that's the latest on that topic from the Weather Channel and some of the news outlets there in Tampa Bay Live. Another big story. Late last week, the discussion had turned to Georgia's election law changes, right? And on Friday morning's program, we were talking about this whole laundry list of companies that were speaking out against requiring identification to be able to vote in the state of Georgia. And that story has snowballed incredibly. Remember the discussion? There was pressure being put on Major League Baseball to pull the All-Star game out of Georgia, which they did. They did indeed make that decision over the weekend. They're moving the All-Star game. Then you had the likes of Coca-Cola and Delta Airlines. And what's really interesting to me is Georgia's not backing down. They're actually attacking, I guess you'd say, back at all these companies, including Delta, Coca-Cola, Major League Baseball, you name it. Donald Trump over the weekend said it's time for the Republican Party, the Republicans, to fight back with this whole cancel culture thing, or the woke crowd, as they call them, and start boycotting these companies. Let me start with Major League Baseball. Former baseball player Curt Schilling spoke out about their pulling the All-Star game out of Georgia. And he said voters were debating and arguing about whether or not you should have a voter identification to vote in our elections is outright laughable. It's a conversation we shouldn't even be having. But you're looking at a multi-billion-dollar industry that's all about kowtowing to the loudest voice. That is Hollywood, which is, the media, which is DC, which is unfortunately not the majority. But I will say this. It will hit them in the pocketbook at some point because the fan base in baseball is absolutely a majority conservative. This is what happens when the loudest people get the vote. The law, which of course was endorsed by the Republican governor, is actually facing legal challenges, civil rights groups saying it's going to suppress the vote among the blacks and other racial minorities. And on they go. Joe Biden actually called it Jim Crow on steroids. And it was on ESPN last week, and he supports Major League Baseball moving the game out of Atlanta. Former President Trump now urging baseball fans boycott the league over their decision to pull the game. And they pulled the 2021 draft out of the state. Baseball's already been losing tremendous numbers of fans, he said, Friday night. Now they leave Atlanta, their all-star game, because they're afraid of the radical left Democrats who don't want voter ID, which is desperately needed to have anything to do with our elections. He said, let's boycott all the woke companies that are trying to interfere with free and fair elections. Are you listening, Coke? Are you listening, Delta? That's what the president had to say. Give you more of exactly what the president had to say, but let me move over to Coca-Cola first, and then we'll give you more on where, indeed, it may already be looking to hit Major League Baseball in the pocketbook. So Coca-Cola was one of the companies that spoke out. Certain lawmakers in Georgia say they want Coca-Cola products removed from their offices. We don't want you. Kevin Perry, president of the Georgia Beverage Association. There are 8 members of the Georgia House of Representatives. They list them all here. Complaint about Coca-Cola. Quote, given Coke's choice to cave to the pressure of an out-of-control cancel culture, we respectfully request all Coca-Cola Company products be removed from our office suite immediately. Should Coke choose to read the bill, share its true intentions, and accept their role in the dissemination of mistruths, we might welcome a conversation to rebuild a working relationship. Coca-Cola said in a statement that they've been working with the Metro Atlanta Chamber in expressing our concerns and advocating for positive change in voting legislation. We, along with our business coalition partners, sought improvements that would enhance accessibility, maximize voter participation, maintain election integrity and serve all Georgians. You cannot maintain election integrity without knowing who's actually casting a vote. That's a voter identification. You cannot maintain an election integrity if everyone on the voter registration list is going to be mailed a ballot, whether they request one or not, which a number of other states have been going to or did so due to the COVID outbreak, the pandemic, and we saw the chaos that unfolded last November. Coca-Cola's CEO publicly attacking the Republican governor for signing that voter legislation, the voting legislation. Said it's unacceptable. All right, so moving on from Coca-Cola, we don't want your stinking Coca-Cola. You know, Coca-Cola had already been on the forefront of controversy. What was it, a month and a half ago with their whole training program featuring the whole be less white thing that angered. I'm really curious to see where their sales had gone. I know personally a lot of people would. I'll take a Pepsi. I don't want a Coke. And it's hard to remember all Coca-Cola. You've got all hundreds of different product brands under that name. But now, how about Major League Baseball? Might this hit them in the bottom line? Republican senators are calling for an end to Major League Baseball's antitrust exemption after they pulled the All-Star game out of Atlanta. Senator Mike Lee says, I will be working hard to end Major League Baseball's antitrust immunity. Why does MLB have antitrust immunity to begin with? It's time for the federal government to stop granting special privileges to specific favored corporations, especially those that punish their political opponents. Unlike all the other sports leagues in the country, MLB does not have to follow antitrust laws that govern players' contracts, media contracts, and franchise movement. Ted Cruz later tweeted a link to MLB's list of official corporate sponsors, which the Texas senator claimed pressured to pull the game out of Atlanta. Do all of them oppose voter ID? Are all of them willing to be the woke enforcers of the corrupt Democrat Party? Do they all hate the 75 million people who voted for Donald Trump? So, as we well know, yes, the new Georgia law will require a photo ID in order to vote absentee by mail. They set an earlier deadline to request an absentee ballot. They will limit where the ballot boxes, drop boxes, can be placed and when they can be accessed. Former President Trump lauded the law after the travesty of the 2020 election. You got Representative Jeff Duncan of South Carolina said he's going to propose a bill to remove Major League Baseball's exemption after they announced that decision. In light of MLB's stance to undermine election integrity laws, I have instructed my staff to begin drafting legislation to remove Major League Baseball's antitrust exemption. An overwhelming bipartisan majority of the American people support requiring an ID to vote. And any organization that abuses their power to oppose secure elections actually deserves increased scrutiny under the law. This goes back to the Supreme Court in 1922. Ruled that the league is a sport, not a business. Well, it may have been a sport then, but we all know Major League Baseball is big business. Sure, it's a sport, but it is big business. Major League Commissioner Rob Manfred on Friday said in a statement that after thoughtful consideration and thoughtful conversations with various clubs, former and current players, the Players Association, the Players Alliance. He had decided the best way to demonstrate our values as a sport is by relocating this year's All-Star Game and the Major League Baseball draft. Okay, so the fight is on big time. And there's more ramifications. Delta, I think we touched on that Friday morning. They're looking at removing some of the tax. Georgia looking to remove some of the tax incentives for, I believe it was for their fuel that could cost them millions and millions of dollars in the state of Georgia. Yeah, all this about simply wanting someone to show an identification to prove who they are to vote. Like damn near everything else in life you have to do. I heard a number of folks over the weekend saying, yeah, hey, Delta Airlines. Who wants to take a Delta flight? I dare you to attempt to board a Delta flight without showing an identification. It's not going to happen. Then there was Coca-Cola. I linked this one up on Friday morning. Yeah, the boss man, the CEO, the head of Coca-Cola, the one that said he does not support voter identification. You don't have to show an ID to vote. Coca-Cola requires you must show an identification before you can enter their annual shareholders meeting. Yeah. Coca-Cola CEO said it's racist. Georgia's ID law is racist, a step backward, unacceptable. But yes, same guy, same CEO requires a photo identification to be showed to gain admission to the Coca-Cola annual shareholder meeting. Is that racist? The hypocrisy is off the charts. All right, we've got wide open lines at 844-3388 as we roll into a back-to-work Monday. It's been a while since we heard that voice. Well, hello, Big Moose. How the heck you been?
Hey, what you say, pal? What you into?
Settling in for another work week. How was your Easter Sunday, Easter weekend?
Oh, yeah. Well, I really didn't have one. I had to go up into the great white tundra and deal with a bunch of snow Mexicans over the weekend. I just got back into the swing of things. And I tell you what, that they sure ain't let up they haven't dropped any of their guard up there at the Canadian border, I can tell you that.
Well, it's a complete opposite at the southern border.
Yeah, no kidding. But yeah, no, last week I run days. I let them kids run this night shift crap, but we had to get kind of back into the regular routine, so I'm back at it again. They got some bad news. Mrs. Possum Breath is not doing too well. I talked to old Possum about 3 o'clock this afternoon, or yesterday afternoon now, I guess it was. And,
yeah.
I guess she's having some complications from her diabetes, and doesn't sound too good. I guess she lost circulation, only got 13% circulation to her left leg, and got less than 5% to her right leg. So that sure don't sound good.
Wow. Yeah, no, that's not.
Yeah, but other than that, did you see my picture where I got to have dinner with the illustrious Mike DeWine?
That I did, and I was talking to the listening audience about that the other night. Now, I said, what you told me you said to him, I'm thinking, Big Moose, probably you did walk right up to him and say, are you here to look at a small business before you destroy it or something like that?
You bet your ass I did. I tell you what, them guys was looking at me like I had butt cheeks growing out of my forehead. And I said, you know what? Last time I checked, you're supposed to be working for me. I said, everybody, and I said it loud enough where everybody in there could hear me. I said, y'all want to shut up and put your eyes down and just kind of bask in the ambiance. I said, I got news for you. This is a paid employee supposed to be working for me. And I said, I tell you, I voted for you once, but I'd never do it again, you know. And I tell you what, everybody, I guess they thought I'd lost my mind, but I don't care anymore, man. I tell you what, these politicians trying to put everybody's you-know-what in the ringer, and I just ain't going to stand for it, you know.
And then did you really say he saved you $12.99 because after seeing him, you lost your appetite or whatever?
Yeah. I decided I'd just take my business elsewhere. Well, as far as I'm concerned, trying to eat dinner around a politician like trying to eat dinner in a room full of boar hogs, you know. So I just don't care for the smell. I don't care for the what do you call that? The fraternity. I don't care for that. I just don't care for that kind. So yeah, he had a couple of hired goons with him. I tell you what. If it had been 20 years ago, I'd like for one of them to got a little crossways. I'd have probably ended up in jail, but not before I gave as good as I got.
Yeah, I hear you there, Big Moose. That's incredible. Yeah, so yeah, I can see him looking at you like you had three heads or something. Like, what? You're actually saying this to my face, you know?
Well, the bad part about it is he's only about 4'6", you know, and I had to stoop to get down there to get in the same frame with it. I tell you what, do you remember them old Naked Gun movies?
Oh yeah,
you know, Leslie Nielsen had them Naked Gun movies. Mm-hmm. You remember that one? Remember that one detective where you never seen nothing but his neck tied down? You never did see his head when he was in the frame because he was so damn big. All you seen was his necktie and his shirt. That's what I felt like next to that guy. I ain't kidding you.
I've never seen him in person, but I hear he's a pretty little dude.
Well, and here's something else too. And I just thought about this a while ago. I listened to that news break here at the hour that Dr. Fauci talking about how, once you get vaccinated, you'll have more freedoms. You know, did you hear him make that comment?
Yes, I sure did.
Yeah, but getting some of your freedoms back. Well, I got news for that sap-sucking little waddy. He ain't never took none of my freedoms away from him, and I tell you what, ain't none of his kind ever going to do it because we, and when by we, I mean me and Smith and Wesson, we don't go for that crap. You want to take some freedom away from us, you gonna wish you was back at the Alamo with Travis, because I ain't gonna allow some little twerp like that, and people don't understand these people that seem so high and mighty on these TVs. They're a bunch of sawed-off little maggot, I'm trying to keep this PG-13 as I can, but I'm starting to get my dander up.
Sure.
And, all we got to do is stand up to these people, and enough's enough, Sometimes you got to take the bull by the horn,
Yeah.
And I'll be, before I let a bunch of little twerps like that tell me what kind of freedom I got, But anyway, I'll get off of here before I get myself up where I have to go freebase a lisinopril to get my blood pressure back down. And I'll say keep it between the spotted and the solid, sunny side up, greasy side down, and we'll be 10-10 till we do it again. Come on.
Thank you so much. Good to hear from you, Big Moose. Be safe out there. Yeah, it was back in December, this past December. A gentleman sent a letter to the editor kind of thing that, for the newspaper publications that still actually do print the letters to the editor. But he shared something which I guarantee you, there are many, many, many younger generation who have never even heard of this because it was 1950. It was about 5 years before I was born. But I do recall as a youngster being told by my grandfather think my dad mentioned it on more than one occasion. He says, do you remember Khrushchev's prediction? That's Russia, by the way, Khrushchev. Remember watching him banging his shoe? Kind of a sobering reminder. It's been almost 61 years since Russia's Khrushchev delivered this in a speech, September 29th of 1959. Now, when we come back, I'm going to share the quote with you. Like I said, I remember it, and this was pretty much his breakdown on how communism will take the United States of America, how at that point in time, your children and their children will live under communism. And it's damn near, it's almost 100% complete. We're just a couple of check marks away from being there in this country. But again, so hang on for that. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
More than 3 million Americans per day are receiving COVID vaccinations as vaccination efforts increase across the country. On Saturday, more than 4 million doses were administered, setting a new single-day record. Despite those efforts, cases are slowly rising, with spreading variants being blamed for the increase. Dr. Celine Gounder was a member of the Biden transition team's COVID advisory board and tells CNN that there are still some precautions those who are vaccinated should take, including avoiding large crowds.
Only about 30% of people in this country have received even one dose of vaccine, much less being fully vaccinated. And so I think if you are vaccinated, yes, you can engage in some of these activities, but you should still stay away from crowds. You should, if you're visiting with people from household not your own, really be sticking to one other household at a time because there is still a very real risk.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
Are you struggling with addiction or alcohol problems? If you're depressed, drinking, and using drugs, you may need help. And the Affordable Care Act guarantees coverage of substance abuse.
I knew I could get myself out of this. I just needed some hope and some help.
I took the first step to recovery when I made the call.
Call the Addiction Hope and Helpline now for a free assessment with someone who cares. Call 800-854-1055. 800-854-1055.
I feel like I'm losing control. I'm afraid I'll lose my job or even my family.
Call now for hope and help with proven, gentle recovery programs.
I never thought that I could be somebody who didn't drink and use drugs.
I'm in recovery, getting the help I need.
Call the Addiction Hope and Helpline now for a free assessment with someone who cares. Call 800-854-1055. 800-854-1055. 800-854-1055.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yes, indeed, we've got plenty of room for you as well at that number, 844-3388. Make our way into a Monday, Easter Monday. No kidding, that's what the calendar, I got a calendar from the Republican National Committee because I sent some money in to try and get Trump reelected. Oh, heaven forbid. Cancel culture. All right, let me take you back. Again, it was September 29th, 1959. I wasn't born. Guarantee you. There's at this point in time, probably a majority of the people in this country. There's a whole lot more born since then that are still alive from prior to that, who've never heard Russia's declaration at that time, Khrushchev's declaration of how they would take this country. This was his entire quote. Your children's children will live under communism. You Americans are so gullible. No, you won't accept communism outright. But we will keep feeding you small doses of socialism until you will finally wake up and find you're already under communism. We will not have to fight you. We will so weaken your economy until you will fall like overripe fruit into our hands. the democracy will cease to exist when you take away from those who are willing to do work and give to those who would not. Remember, socialism leads to communism. So how do you create a socialistic state? There are 8 levels of control. I want you to think about this as I go through these 8 levels. Which ones are not actually already completely under the socialism model? Healthcare. Control healthcare and you control the people. Now, I want you to think Obamacare. Number 2, poverty. Increase the poverty level as high as possible. Poor people are easier to control and will not fight back if you are providing everything for them. Number 3, debt. Increase the debt to an unsustainable level. That way you're able to increase taxes, and this will produce more poverty. Gun control. Remove the ability to defend themselves from the government. That way you're able to create a police state. Number 5, welfare. Take control of every aspect, food, housing, income of their lives, because that will make them fully dependent on the government. Number 6, education. Take control of what people read and listen to, and take control of what children learn in school. Number 7, religion. Remove the belief in God from the government and schools, because the people need to believe in only the government, knowing what is best for the people. And number 8, class warfare. Divide the people into the wealthy and the poor. Eliminate the middle class. This will cause more discontent, and it'll be easier to tax the wealthy with the support of the poor. Now you tell me, is that not a perfect parallel to what the Democrat agenda is right now? Right at this very moment. As far as I'm concerned, about the only thing in there that hasn't really already come to fruition was number 4, gun control. But they're trying like hell to remove the ability to defend ourselves. That way we can have the police state. I mean, pretty much everything else, it's done. Yeah, the welfare state, the educational system, oh yeah. They said take control of what people read and listen to. This is the whole cancel culture, the woke. When you're now canceling the likes of Pepe Le Pew, and you're canceling the likes of Dr. Seuss. I don't know, what do you think? Anything I missed there? That was the prediction 1959. And yes, they've been working on it incrementally with each passing year, and it's almost here. And we see these masses of youngsters, late teens, 20s, even some in the 30s, who are out there actually willing to get into the streets and support socialism. They think socialism is a good thing. That's your AOCs of the world and all the followers of AOC. That's where we are in the United States today. So I click down here and say some of the comments after I shared that. It was shared by many of my friends on social media. Maybe more than anything I've posted in the past. Let's see. Dan said, after Johnson had Kennedy killed, the Democrats have gone out of their way to put things in the works to ruin this country. Pauline said, I remember Khrushchev's prediction. It gave us cold chills to think it could really happen. Slowly but surely it is. We all need to humble ourselves to God and pray for God to intervene. Jesse said, that's sad. We've actually walked right into their hands like this. Gary said, that's like the boiling the frog. So many people have been blinded because they receive a few $100s from the government in the last year. I was reading this past day about how the economists are shocked that companies are hiring, but people don't want jobs. Hell, why should I work? Yeah, the Democrats are going to send me money. Total reliance on the government. Jim said, we used to be taught the principles of the enemy in school, how they would be used to overtake us. Unfortunately, it's all happening right now. They said they would take over from within. Jerry said, remember him flaming his shoe on the desk at the United Nations? How will we bury ourselves? Yeah, Pappy said, this has been going on for decades. It was already started at the time he gave that speech in 1959. Now it's pretty much come full circle. And there were a number of others, but yes, that's where we are today. Sadly. All right, get back to your calls here. And Eagle, what's on your mind this Monday morning? How we doing?
Yeah, we got a lot of interesting news took place over the weekend. I don't know if you said anything about this yet because I tuned in a little bit late tonight. We had another man attempt to break through the Capitol building on Friday afternoon. Man drove his vehicle into two police officers, and one of the officers lost his life. Another man is supposed to be still in critical condition in the hospital. The driver of the car, he was killed by the police, so they say. But like I said, the Democrats and all that, we're going to have security at the Capitol building, Steve, or we're going to continue to have these type of incidents take place because of all the stuff that's going on in America. We've had three deals go on in the last 3 weeks in America, mass killings. We had the deal go down in Atlanta, and then we had the man in Colorado. Well, it's really 4, and then he had a man that shot people in California, and now this guy. So there's four deals that happened in the last 2 or 3 weeks in America with these renegade people. And like I say, it's all leading up to something real bad happening. I've been saying this for months now, Steve. That's why I keep focusing on the border, because it's just a matter of time before one of those people get into the U.S. from Afghanistan, Pakistan, Iran, Somalia, all these countries that are on the hit list for terrorist watch list. Those people are trying to get in the southern border right now. And as a matter of fact, Steve, let me say this before I forget to tell you. You know what? I was on my way to Arizona this weekend with a load, and guess what I seen? Remember I told you last time I was in Arizona about 2 weeks ago that the border checkpoint for the immigration department was closed down. Mm-hmm. They're not checking no vehicles. They're not checking nobody. And you can basically do what you want to do. Come on into Arizona. Nobody will stop you. Guess what I saw? Guess what I saw yesterday when I was traveling through New Mexico? The immigration checkpoint. That I don't know, for those of you drivers or people that don't know what this is, on Interstate 10, the road comes to a complete stop. All traffic has to stop and identify yourself as a U.S. citizen. But like I said before, I drove right by that checkpoint yesterday. No border patrol, nowhere in sight in New Mexico. You know where they are? You know where they at, Steve? They all in all these different facilities in the South where Joe Biden has these kids housed at, and they're babysitting, feeding, putting diapers on babies, feeding milk to babies, doing a job that they're not even supposed to do. You still there?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They're all down there trying to handle the influx. Yep.
Yep. It's really a shame, Steve, what's happening. I've been driving a truck. I've been driving trucks since the 90s, and I've been going through checkpoints in Texas, New Mexico, and Arizona for years now. And I never thought I would see the day in America where you would actually drive through a border checkpoint and there would be nobody there. That's how disruptive. I remember I told you a couple of weeks ago, and I was only joking around, Steve. I never, I knew that people like AOC and these other Democrats were talking about getting rid of the ICE program. But you know something, Steve? I wouldn't put it past Joe Biden if he tried to defund the Border Patrol at this point, because they're not trying to stop the siege in America. And this should scare everybody in America right now, Steve. Last week, when Joe Biden had a press conference with Kamala and Kamala, whatever you want to call her, he announced that she was going to be in charge of the border patrol, of the border situation. And what did Kamala do with that? She laughed. They asked something. One of the reporters asked her a question. They said, "When are you planning on going down to the border to check it out?" And she laughed. She said, "I'm not planning on going today." So that shows you right there how serious she's really taking the deal when she's laughing about it. So for all you people out there that say that Joe Biden is going to do something about the border, or Kamala, no, they're not going to do nothing. Like I said, this has been going on since Biden got in the White House. Biden nor Kamala has even I live in the state of Texas. Neither one of those people have stepped foot in the state of Texas since this border patrol siege, and they ain't gonna step into Texas because, like I say, Greg Abbott, he's raising all kind of hell down here in Texas, because they're forcing these kids into these arenas, Dallas, Texas, Donna, Texas, El Paso, all over the place. They got 10, 20,000 kids they don't know what to do with. And the governor of Texas is forced to take care of these kids. And then Joe Biden has the nerve to not even allow the news reporters to go in there and inspect the situation. It took somebody like Ted Cruz to go in there, a real Texas hero, to go in there and find out what's really going on. So like I say, all the people that admires Joe Biden, I tried to tell people for years on your show and the other guy's show not to allow Biden to get in the White House, and this is what's going to happen. And now it's don't came to fruition. My worst nightmare is actually happening right now in America, Steve. Like I said, any truck driver who thinks that I'm lying and they don't believe me, just take you a little short drive down to New Mexico or Arizona and see if that border checkpoint is open. And last time I checked, a border checkpoint is supposed to be securing the state to make sure no illegals are getting in. But apparently Joe Biden doesn't see it that way. And I thank you for taking my call, Steve.
All right. Speaking of the southern border there, it's Lindsey Graham over the weekend. You're talking about, again, the hypocrisy. Yeah, you listen to Dr. Fauci, even trying to tell people that are vaccinated. Yeah, you still need to wear your mask. And if you keep listening to our instructions, you'll get back some of your freedoms, as Big Moose was saying. But you gotta follow our orders. We can't get together for spring break on the beach right now because that's a mass spreader event. But the southern border being open is fine. Lindsey Graham tweeted directly to Dr. Fauci Friday, saying, "Yeah, listen, you little pencil-neck geek." He didn't really say that, but that's what he should have said. "Take a look at the border." Now, he did say, quote, "Paging Dr. Fauci. Hello, Dr. Fauci. You need to go to the southern border and witness in person the biggest super spreader event in the nation right now, which is Joe Biden's immigration policies. The border facilities are overcrowded, a 10% COVID positive rate, and that these illegals are coming from Central America being dumped off in Texas. If you're worried about the spread of COVID, you should be gravely concerned about what's happening at our southern border. There is no end in sight on this super spreader event until these policies are changed, he says. Meanwhile, in an interview with ESPN, Joe Biden criticizing the Texas Rangers for opening their stadium to full capacity on opening day. You can't make this stuff up. The open border's fine. In terms of being responsible for stadiums to open at full capacity, you see what's happening in Europe right now when they're lifting some of their mandates. I don't know why we don't just follow the science and beat this, just flat out beat it. Let's follow the science. Let's leave the border wide open. What an ass. All right, in Biden's ESPN interview, he called opening the stadium to full capacity a mistake. They should listen to Dr. Fauci, the scientists and the experts. I think it's not responsible. They're being irresponsible opening their stadium at full capacity. Yeah, but then you've got your own Department of Homeland Security admitting they're cutting COVID positive individuals illegally in the country, cutting them loose to head out into the heart of the country. Go where you want to go. We just got to get you out of here. All right, a couple of industry headlines as we roll toward news update time on a Monday morning. Plenty of room for you. Lines available at 844-844-3388. I guess this one gets underway today. Law enforcement agencies in 6 states teaming up to crack down on distracted drivers this week. The 6-state Trooper Project running today, April 5, at 12:01 a.m. through next Monday, April the 12th at 11:59 p.m. It's what they call a high-visibility enforcement effort. Troopers will be focused on distracted driving violations. Who's participating in this one? All right, law enforcement agencies include the Ohio State Highway Patrol, Indiana State Police, Kentucky State Police, Michigan State Police, Pennsylvania, and West Virginia State Police. By driving distracted, you're putting yourself and the lives of others at risk. According to Highway Patrol Colonel Richard Fembrough, every time someone takes their eyes off the road, even for just a split second, the consequences can be devastating. The 6-state Trooper Project, obviously a multi-state law enforcement partnership to promote highway safety, criminal patrol, and intelligence sharing, as they call it. All right, industry headline number 1 here on a Monday morning. And again, plenty of room for you. Lines available at 844-844-3388. We'll come back with more after a news update. See what Dr. Fauci has to say. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
More than 3 million Americans per day are receiving COVID vaccinations as vaccination efforts increase across the country. On Saturday, more than 4 million doses were administered, setting a new single-day record. Despite those efforts, cases are slowly rising, with spreading variants being blamed for the increase. Dr. Celine Gounder was a member of the Biden transition team's COVID advisory board and tells CNN that there are still some precautions those who are vaccinated should take, including avoiding large crowds.
Only about 30% of people in this country have received even one dose of vaccine, much less being fully vaccinated. And so I think if you are vaccinated, yes, you can engage in some of these activities, but you should still stay away from crowds. You should, if you're visiting with people from household not your own, really be sticking to one other household at a time because there is still a very real risk.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
Friends, Mike Lindell is a great supporter of conservative radio, but most of all, he's a man who has invented a great USA product that will help you get a great night's sleep. For over 3 years, I've told you how the MyPillow Premium Pillow has changed my life. I get the best sleep of my life. But more importantly, the pillows don't go flat. You can wash them and dry them as many times as you want. They maintain their shape, and they are made in the USA. Here's the best deal you'll ever get on a MyPillow Premium Pillow. $29.98 for a standard or queen size pillow. King size only $5 more. You're saving $40. Go to mypillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. You can save up to 60% on any MyPillow product when you use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the MyPillow Premium Pillow Special.
The Biden administration is trying to sell the nation on the president's infrastructure plan. The proposal contains funding to modernize roads, bridges, railways, and airports, but critics are focusing on the billions in the plans for issues not seen as infrastructure programs, as well as an increase in the corporate tax rate to fund the plan. Congressman Matt Cartwright says the president's proposal is something the country needs. The Pennsylvania Democrat tells Fox News that the country needs to reinvest in its aging infrastructure.
We were handed this portfolio of assets by the greatest generation, handed down to us, and we have been disinvesting in that. We haven't been keeping it up. We've been letting it go to pot. That's why things like the poisoning in Flint, Michigan happen. When you don't keep up your infrastructure, bad things happen.
And more than 40 people are dead after heavy rains triggered a landslide in Indonesia. Dozens of homes have also been destroyed by the landslides on Flores Island. Local authorities say several people are also still missing. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
Hunter Biden is defending his business dealings with foreign countries. Jeremy Scott reports from the USA Radio News Oregon Bureau.
Federal prosecutors in Delaware revealed last December that they're investigating Hunter Biden's finances. The president's second son has denied any wrongdoing. He told CBS,
I'm cooperating completely, and I am absolutely certain, 100% certain, that at the end of the investigation, that I will be cleared of any wrongdoing.
You're 100% certain?
I'm 100% certain of it. And all I can do is cooperate and trust in the process.
Hunter Biden sat on the board of a Ukrainian gas firm, which is the subject of a corruption investigation. His overseas business dealings with Ukraine and China became the subject of the 2020 election after an article in the New York Post. From the USA Radio News Oregon Bureau, I'm Jeremy Scott.
And a state of emergency has been declared in Manatee County, Florida, as a wastewater reserve about 40 miles south of Tampa is near collapse. Hundreds of people near the Piney Point Reservoir have been evacuated as officials worry the reservoir's walls could structurally collapse, allowing more than 600 million gallons of water to escape into the surrounding area. Crews are working to pump water out of the pond to alleviate the pressure on the reservoir's walls. The pond contains a mix of fresh and salt waters and wastewaters from an old phosphate plant. And Stanford has won the NCAA Women's Basketball Championship, holding off fellow Pac-12 team Arizona 54-53. It's the Cardinals' first national championship since 1992. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment. for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Alrighty, back on a Monday and other industry headlines. What are we looking at? A semi truck hauling a mobile home colliding with a Mississippi Department of Transportation truck last week, sending 2 workers to the hospital. Happened April 1st, last Thursday. Clay County, Mississippi, about 2:15 in the afternoon. According to WCBI News, the semi-truck was driving along Highway 45 alternate when the incident occurred. The 2 DOT workers were actually patching potholes from the recent wintry weather. Truck driver not hurt in the incident, but both men were transported to hospitals, one by ambulance, one by life flight. Both were responsive through transportation. That is an accident still under investigation. Then there was a highway shut down that same evening in New Mexico due to a rig leaking liquid hydrogen in Las Cruces, New Mexico. According to ABC 7 News, the truck began leaking on Interstate 10 at the Interstate 10 I-25 interchange, forcing a closure of that area on into Friday morning. Luckily, crews were able to move the truck to a more isolated location near New Mexico State University, where hazmat crews worked late into the night to depressurize the truck and contain the chemical leak. Now, there was a mere 300-foot evacuation zone put in place as crews worked, as authorities assured the leak was not a threat. No injuries reported as a result of that particular incident. All right, we'll get to some of the other industry headlines coming up here in a bit. Meanwhile, back to your calls this morning at 844-3388. On down to Florida. Hello there, Philip.
Hey, bud. How you doing?
Not as bad. How was your Easter weekend?
Oh, it was great. I had my Easter dinner yesterday with my wife and my kids and had a great time. I want to thank you, Steve, for getting that app. I really like that app for my iPhone. It's doing pretty good for me on the phone. I don't know. Have you heard anybody else talk about the iPhone version?
I think it's working well. I haven't seen any complaints this morning. So, yes, everything seems to be working well. Knock on wood.
Yeah, it's been doing pretty good. I've had it since y'all released it out. I think I got it a day after y'all released it. So did you hear about our state of emergency down by Tampa with the retaining wall letting loose on a wastewater plant?
Yes. Last I heard, it still hadn't breached, right? It hadn't collapsed completely, but they're draining like 33,000 gallons. Is it a minute out of that thing?
I think so. It's around there. They said they got like 6 million gallons in it, from what I understand. The part that concerns me the most on it, what I just heard on your newscast there was they said it had salt water, fresh water, and it had wastewater from phosphate mining.
Correct.
That's not cool, that phosphate stuff, especially if it gets into Tampa Bay. That's a pretty big ecosystem there. So that's pretty concerning with that. I think that's what they're really more concerned with is Tampa Bay. They don't want none of that to get into the bay. The salt water and the fresh water together, down here we call it brackish water.
Mm-hmm.
That's not bad. We have a lot of rivers and rivers that are hooked up into salt as far as the ocean. They have inlets and that go into the ocean. So we got brackish water everywhere, but that phosphate water, that's some bad stuff. Did you see that the Starship, they've already stacked the next one to go out?
Have not seen that. You stacked. You're talking about, is this one going to be different than the previous, or?
Yeah, when they stack them, that's when they put them together. They have a big facility called the high bay, and the high bay is where they put them to their tallest length, their height. They put them piece by piece. It's like putting a puzzle together. And SN15 is stacked now. They've been moving the fins on it, so they're starting to get things ready. I'm thinking maybe 2 to 3 weeks, maybe, or it might be even less than that. I know the big crane, they've all got it on the movers, and they're getting ready to move it back out to the pad, which that when they move it out to the pad, that's when they're going to put it on the pad. So it won't be long. And this one here is going to be an updated version of them other ones. The other ones that have crashed, this one here has got a lot more stuff going on than them other ones that have crashed.
Mm-hmm.
Have you seen anything about that one?
No, sir.
Yeah, SN15. Look at that number there. I've been watching it every day on YouTube with a NASA space flight. They show it every day what's going on with it. If anybody's interested, you just go on YouTube and put in NASA space flight, and they have a video from every day. And they have a lady out there named Mary. She goes and films every day at SpaceX what they're doing around the property. They've got cameras on everybody out there, so there's a bunch of people watching that place out there. So, but that's pretty much all I got, Steve. I hope you had a good Easter, bud, and I appreciate the call.
All right, we'll keep our fingers crossed for the best there in Tampa, because they're looking at a headline from just about an hour ago. Drone footage of the reservoir showing the toxic water leak near Tampa Bay. Yeah, they don't want that getting into Tampa Bay. I'm looking at some of the drone footage here. It's kind of hard to decipher. But yeah, they've got the state of emergency over the possible collapse. Okay, that's going to be a 1-to-1. I mean, going back 24 hours ago, I mean, they were the headline at that point was collapse is imminent. Florida reservoir could release 20-foot wall of water in imminent collapse. That was actually the headline from the New York Post about 11 hours ago, not 24 hours ago. Okay, let me get back to the calls here at 844-844-3388. And, well, good morning, Chevy Guy.
Well, good morning. Yes, sir. Georgia politics. I live in South Carolina, 40 miles in from Augusta. I kid you not. You sit there and boom, it's political talk. There's still, you got the liberals pushing to call your congressman or call your senator, whatever, state, because they've got to vote on this law that Brian Kemp just signed in. Now, mind you, let's remember, Brian Kemp is a rhino. He and the Bush family, Romney, all that, they could all sit around and pat each other on the back. That's what Georgia has for a governor now. And obviously down the line. And they didn't care that the fraud was going on and the fake ballots and ballots with no names, no way to track were coming in. No one with any common sense would say this is legit. There's nobody out there with any common sense that would say this is a fair election. It's just a political hack, one way or the other. But now that I think he realized after the election's over, he realized that after Stacey Abrams helped stack everybody down there, brought in fake ballots, put up people in motel to register to vote, and they stacked the cards and they lost 2 seats. I think he's starting to realize something. Hey, if we don't stop this, there won't be a Republican voted into Georgia for our foreseeable future. So that's why they went ahead and done this. But it's amazing to listen to the liberals advertise against it. Said, hey, they're trying to make it hard. This is a quote. They're trying to make it harder for us to vote. They're trying to take our rights to vote away, and we should be able to vote in any way, manner we want to, and our information should not be put at risk. I'm just, basically, it's, if anybody with any common sense goes, yeah, you want to cheat. You want to win the election no matter how, no matter what. But yeah, and I posted it on Facebook. I mean, bottom line, we've got to know who votes. If you're an American citizen, we got to make sure that, we've got to be able to track your vote down. So if they recount, they know who voted. And they can always come and check and, find out, are you who you are? And that's the only way you're going to gain trust. Because they were saying in this ad that we need to have faith and trust in our elections. They're saying this, but they're doing that. And at bottom line, there's no way you can have faith and trust in an election. And I love to use this example. A dead cat got a ballot. How many illegal aliens got a ballot? How many, they're going to have, you sit there, they insult your intelligence. And, if you know better, you're sitting there, yeah, you just want to cheat. But right now, it's, I wish the Republican ads, they were saying what it is. It's plain and simple. But they're not saying what reason why they're doing it is to keep anybody from committing fraud, keeping illegal aliens from voting, to make sure that nobody votes more than once, and to make sure that everybody that votes has a pulse. And I wish the Republicans would fight a little harder, but I just sit back and thank God I don't live in Georgia. But it irks me that, what, the only reason why Brian Kemp's pushing this and the Republicans, because they realize they had this anti-Trump, never Trump attitude, and now they got it shoved in here, and they're going to, a woman beating on the door, the Democrats are so upset at the governor's office. I'm sorry, but the political stink in all this, it all comes down when it's their job or their power being threatened. Yeah, they're going to do something. But at the end of the day, it's the American voter, the person in Georgia that votes. Their votes are being robbed from them. For every illegal alien votes, or every manufactured person that votes with no address, no name, nothing. You're being robbed. They're robbing the people of Georgia of their vote. And that's the only power the American people have is their vote. And we're just seeing where they hate the fact that the American people run our government. And they weren't happy with Trump. And I'm telling you, what I think Glenn Beck brought up the fact, these corporations, that are pushing to go one way or the other, the corporations are enforcing a lot of the mask, possibly could down the line be forcing the COVID tests, COVID shots, immunization shots. We're seeing our country is starting to be run by the corporation instead of by the people. So yeah, thank God the Democrats tried to pay off, the people in South Carolina to get rid of Lindsey Graham. He was worried. He was online begging for money. He was really worried, but the people in South Carolina did vote him in. He's starting to come up and say a few good things again, but he's still pushing that red flag law. And what can I say? But I just feel for the people of Georgia. They're in a battle. They're in a fight, and I just hope more and more people get out and vote. Get out and talk to their representatives so they vote. And they vote this law ends, and don't be influenced by the corporations. Mind you, that you're going to show an ID to get on the plane. I bet you have to show an ID to get a job at Coca-Cola, or you got to show an ID to test drive a BMW or a Mercedes.
Sure.
That's a good idea. Hey, let's all go down and test drive a Mercedes.
They want to see my driver's license. Why, you racist? And then bring them up on charges for racism. I mean, go after these stupid companies. All of them that they're mentioning require an ID or some kind of form of ID. So, other than that, we're going to sit back, copy the mail, and enjoy the show tonight. 10-4.
All righty. As always, good to hear from you, Chevy Guy. Thank you so much for chiming in. Have a great Monday. We'll chat again next time around. Yeah, President Trump, former President Donald Trump. He's right back at it. He's long denounced the dirty play of the cancel culture against conservatives. But he said now it is finally time for Republicans and conservatives to do the same and boycott the woke businesses that are offended by election law. Let me see. Quote, for years, the radical left Democrats have played dirty by boycotting products when anything from that company is done or stated in a way that offends them. Now they're going big time with the woke cancel culture and our sacred elections. Calls for boycotts on some of the largest brands in the country, including Coca-Cola, Delta Airlines, UPS. It is finally time for Republicans and conservatives to fight back. We have more people than they do by far. Boycott Major League Baseball, Coca-Cola, Delta Airlines, JP Morgan Chase, Viacom CBS, Citigroup, Cisco, UPS, and Merck. Don't go back to their products until they relent. We can play a better game than them. Kind of expounding on a statement from Friday night, calling for the boycott of Major League Baseball after pulling the All-Star game out of Georgia. Yeah, the companies of those who opposed Georgia passing election laws, including mandating voter ID for requesting a mail-in ballot. They didn't even get approval of our state legislature, which is mandated under the U.S. Constitution. They rigged and stole the 2020 election, which we won by a landslide, and on top of that, boycott and scare companies into submission. Never submit, never give up. The radical left will destroy our country if we let them. We will not become a socialist nation. Happy Easter. Yeah, that was his statement, Saturday night, Sunday morning. All right, let's see here. Got lines available at 844-844-3388. Good morning, Horse Feathers. Yes, sir.
Hey, morning, Your Honor. Hey, I didn't know if you caught that. I sent you an email there over the weekend that Make-A-Wish there got a car donated from the Mannheim Auto Auction. It's a Shelby car to be auctioned off, to the proceeds to be going to the convoy. So I didn't know if you caught that in your email.
Yes, I checked out the entire video. It's kind of like, what do they call it, a kit car, I guess, where it all comes in parts in a box, and they built the whole thing from scratch. It's a nice-looking car. I think he said it's more than 1,000 man-hours that went into building the damn thing.
So anyways, I didn't catch if they already auctioned it or if it's coming up or what the whole deal with it is supposed to be. But I guess if it hasn't been auctioned off and anybody's interested, I don't know if anybody's got deep enough pockets in our listening audience. I know I don't, but I don't know. Probably take away from the Miller Lite Fund if you went to try to go after it.
Yeah, I think they already auctioned it. That was because they had what is it? The Mannheim Auto Auction. That's where the staging point for the convoy is going to be, and I think they auctioned it on March 24th or something like that.
All right. As I say, I hadn't seen what the date was, if or when or all that. So, but anyways, that's still another little cool thing that just little things that go on that you not even even I didn't even realize was going on with it, So as I say, I just kind of came across it looking for some stuff. And anyways, but no, just wanted to check back in quick with that. And I'm right there with you. I'm not. I think Major League Baseball needs to go the way the football went when they started all that kneeling stuff and uniforms and all that. I think we can go. Hey, remember baseball had a strike at one point? Do you remember what happened to baseball after they had that strike?
How many years did it take them to recover from that? And then this is what I was thinking over the weekend. I'm saying, for the love of God, I mean, you were impacted so detrimentally by the pandemic in 2020, fans not being able to, fill the stadiums. And that's continuing, but you just had opening day 4 days ago. The season just started, and you're actually going to get one day into a new season and start some political crap with Major League Baseball. How stupid.
Yep, I agree with you 100%. So anyways, hey, we'll kick back like Chevy guy there and keep on listening to the rest of the show and see where it all develops. So anyways, we'll chat at you later.
All righty. Thank you very much there, Horse Feathers. Have a good morning. A couple of minutes before we hit bottom of the hour news break, as we call it. Hey, we've got wide open lines here on a Monday morning. It's 844-844-3388. Let me see if I can get the full story somewhere in the mix here. I think you're talking about the auto auction I found. And come on, I want to go to this site now. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's a very beautiful, it's a replica 1965 Shelby Daytona Coupe. And it was assembled by the Mannheim technicians and body shop employees. And yes, okay, so it has been auctioned off. They got $154,000 for that car. Yeah, you're right. A little steep for my pocketbook. That was what they call their annual extreme spring sales event. Trying to fulfill their commitment to raise funds for Make-A-Wish Philadelphia, Delaware, Susquehanna Valley. It was canceled last year like everything else due to the COVID. Participating dealers in the physical and digital sale had an opportunity to bid on nearly 400 unique vehicles. And that 65 replica Shelby Daytona Coupe was auctioned for $154,000. Of the 398 cars offered during the sale, 259 were actually sold. This year's sale offered in-lane physical attendance, but nearly 90% of the dealers participated via simulcast. All right, because Mannheim, Pennsylvania remains unable to offer ongoing in-lane physical sales because of COVID. This is kind of a one-time sales event, they said. All right, can't say enough wonderful things about our great friends at Mannheim, Pennsylvania, according to the CEO of Make-A-Wish Philadelphia, Delaware, Susquehanna Valley. Not only was this auction the most heart-pounding half hour I've ever spent in my 25-year history as CEO of Make-A-Wish, raising an unbelievable $162,000 to support granting wishes. It was the sheer joy that was evident from everyone associated with building the spectacular car to make this whole thing possible. All right, yeah, so the little video they showed, a big pile of boxes, and just starting from scratch, building a frame. And you're pretty much from the ground zero. Again, it was somewhere akin to 700, or rather 1,000 man-hours that went into building this thing. See, because it's not coming down the line like an assembly line at General Motors or Ford. These kit cars take a lot of time, but that's sharp. All right, again, wide open lines at 844-844-3388. Are we about to set off into World War III? That's not a rhetorical question. That's That's a serious question, and we'll delve into that because some military commanders are saying this could lead to something very, very bad. I'll give you the rest of the story coming up. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
More than 3 million Americans per day are receiving COVID vaccinations as vaccination efforts increase across the country. On Saturday, more than 4 million doses were administered, setting a new single-day record. Despite those efforts, cases are slowly rising, with spreading variants being blamed for the increase. Dr. Celine Gounder was a member of the Biden transition team's COVID advisory board and tells CNN that there are still some precautions those who are vaccinated should take, including avoiding large crowds.
Only about 30% of people in this country have received even one dose of vaccine, much less being fully vaccinated. And so I think if you are vaccinated, yes, you can engage in some of these activities, but you should still stay away from crowds. You should, if you're visiting with people from household not your own, really be sticking to one other household at a time because there is still a very real risk.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Pastor Greg, host of the Chosen Generation Radio Show. I like discounts, and I bet you do too. If you're age 50 or older, the Association of Mature American Citizens, AMAC for short, has plenty of discounts available for their members. Airlines, hotels, restaurants, auto insurance, and help with your Medicare plans. What I like most about AMAC is they understand my values and they're fighting for them every day. Unlike the other guys that just talk a good game, AMAC is actually holding to my biblical Christian American constitutional values. It feels good to belong to a true American organization. Why don't you join me by calling them at 855-696-7930. That's 855-696-7930. Again, the number is 855-696-7930, and use the promo code Pastor Greg. That's Pastor Greg, and get your first year on me.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hotshot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in 2 thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret. Powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All righty, we've got a little less than 90 minutes to go here on a Monday morning, and we've got clear lines. So jump on board at 844-844-3388. Someone asked, is this the last week for our giveaway? Nope, we got 2 to go. We've got this week and 1 week after. Of course, top prize, your Stellar Electronic Pluto Duo headset bundle. $200 value. And once again, of course, what else was on the list? We've got 2 different Hotshot Secret packages. One is the Semi-Prevention Pack. That's a 64-ounce bottle of Stiction Eliminator and 2 64-ounce bottles of Diesel Extreme. And the third prize, you've got the Semi-Prevention Pack. Or Performance Pack, that would be a 64-ounce bottle of Friction Reducer and a 32-ounce Everyday Diesel Treatment. That's a $78 value. Very simple. Just go to overnightdriveradio.com. Click on the contest tab. You enter your email address, and that's it. You can enter every day. And once you do enter, you'll see a number of ways to get additional entries for the announcement coming up on Friday mornings. Friday morning, we announce our winners. So we got this week and next week. And, of course, don't forget, of course, back in stock, you've got there's a little shop section now. And the hats are now in. Hats available. Got the really nice, the travel mugs. They turned out really good. Kind of a dark blue, the Overnight Drive radio logo on one side. Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios logo on the other side. And the official Overnight Drive radio t-shirt. You can check those out. And they did add in the quantities that are available in stock now because some of the larger sizes had been sold out. Right now I'm looking, there's like 31 of the 2Xs in stock. 3X and 4X, they're sold out. Extra large, what do we got? Like 20 in stock. And regular old large, 32. All right, there's enough to go around. Get them while they're hot. OvernightDriveRadio.com. All right, I'm kind of, it really is kind of concerning when you have military personnel, a top Russian military an analyst warning World War III could be triggered in the next month. Why? What's going on? The terrifying alert has come after footage was widely shared on social media showing suspected large-scale Russian military movements in regions close to the rebel-held eastern Ukraine and the annexed Crimea. 4 Ukrainian soldiers also died in separatist shelling on March the 26th, with tensions sharply rising. Pavel Folgenhauer, who's written several books about Russia's political and military leadership, said it now requires a psychoanalyst to determine the North Asian nation's intentions in Ukraine, but warned events could see war in a month. All right. The West has expressed alarm about Moscow's movement of troops and forces. And the analyst says they're right to be concerned, as unverified new footage appears to show military movements in a number of regions, along with key railway routes. Footage of tanks and armored vehicles spreading on the web in Russia and Ukraine. The crisis has the potential to escalate into a pan-European war, if not a world war, according to Folgenhauer. Wow. His warning starkly in an interview with a news outlet in Russia. But for now, potential. Will it happen or not? We'll have to wait and see. In the West, they don't know what to do about it. Ask why Russia may be pushing for a conflict now, he replied, well, address this question to a psychoanalyst. Do I need to explain? The facts are there. Everything is already happening. He claimed all the conditions could be in place by early May, when Russia will hold a major Red Square parade to mark the anniversary of victory in World War II. And he suspects a decision has been made already. The threats are growing rapidly. Much is not discussed in the media. But we are seeing very bad signs, he says. In the third week of March, 3 large Russian Baltic Fleet landing ships passed south through the English Channel. There will be 10 such combat units in total, plus small airborne troops, he says. You can collect up to 2 divisions, taking into account their air force. Russia could be planning a Normandy-style landing between Odessa and Mykolaiv, or Mykolaiv. Now, he predicted that the West's expected reaction to those moves are not clear. Some in the West say that the Russians should not be provoked, that military intervention is too risky. Others, on the contrary, are in favor of unification of Russia and Ukraine and open confrontation, because then it will be possible to bargain with Russia. One NATO official tells Reuters news agency last week that Russia is undermining efforts to reduce tensions in eastern Ukraine, and NATO ambassadors had met on Thursday to discuss the situation, to which the official said allies share their concerns about recent large-scale military activities in and around Ukraine. Now, here's where last week, Joe Biden, U.S. President Joe Biden, also warned Russia it will give Ukraine its unwavering support if a WW3 does kick off. Now, flip over. The other story is pretty much Newsmax this past day said U.S. European Command has raised their threat level as Russia has increased its aggression in Eastern Europe and the Arctic over the last several weeks, including Moscow's buildup of military troops and equipment in eastern Ukraine and an unusual peak of Russian warplanes flying near Alaskan airspace. We're discussing our concerns about this increase in tension and ceasefire violations and regional tensions with our NATO allies, according to a Pentagon spokesman, John Kirby. They're also concerned about fighting between Russian-backed separatist and Ukrainian soldiers in the region of eastern Ukraine, marking the end of a ceasefire that started last June. At least 20 Ukrainian soldiers have been killed in these clashes with Russian troops since the start of this year. Yeah, we go all the way back to 2014 when Moscow seized and annexed Crimea from Ukraine. That's a conflict which is said to have already claimed more than 14,000 lives. Current Russian activity in Ukraine. Now, this is what I would say. I'm on the same page. I'm thinking, is this a test of the Biden administration's resolve? This is a fresh foreign policy challenge. Biden, during his campaign, vowed to take a hardline approach on Russia and promised voters he'd be tougher on Russia than former President Trump was. He's continued to support Ukraine and recently provided an additional $125 million worth of border security. We, the U.S. government, have already spent more than $2 billion in lethal assistance in the country since the annexation of Crimea. But you've got top leaders on the line. Joint Chiefs of Staff General Mark Milley last week spoke on phone with the Ukrainian Chief of General Staff, as well as Russia's top officer. According to The Hill, WW3 in a month. That's would Vladimir Putin be doing this if Donald Trump were still president? Probably not, because he knows the stance and what Donald Trump said, he does. What he says, he does. He doesn't mince words. We also know, if you go back in time when Joe Biden was vice president under the Obama administration, that rather consistently Obama would draw a line in the sand, and if you cross this line, there will be a price to pay. To which he would then move the line back because they crossed the line. And we'd move the line back. So the line in the sands pretty much meant nothing under that administration. I full well think, we know Russia wants Ukraine back. They took Crimea, and they've just been kind of biding their time. We shall see, but that is kind of concerning. All right, let me get back to your calls here. Good morning, Monkey Gouger. How the heck was your Easter weekend?
Steve, we work. We unloading tonight up here at Henderson, North Carolina, going to Marina Del Rey. And the more fish is still jumping in the boat, committing suicide. So we're going to go get the boat, and then we're going to go let some of them fish commit suicide the rest of the week.
You think they'll be jumping in their boat like they were last week?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. I got an update on the swamp yesterday. Some of my swamping buddies called me and give me a good outdoor forecast, and it sounds promising. So the monkey guys are going to be drinking beer, catching fish, and talking trash.
Now, what are those? Are those crappie or bluegill? What is that you're catching? I mean, and I mean, there's not a hell of a lot of meat on those fish. Do you clean them, or does Mama Monka Gouge have to clean them?
Oh no, Mama Monkey, I don't put a hand on nothing until they dropped in that grease and turn golden brown and come out the pot.
Okay.
We're catching what y'all call striped bass. We call them rockfish. The water temperature has been kind of off and on for the shell crackers that to be biting, but it ain't gonna be long. They'll be there, but I can't wait. Like I say, I'll unload tonight at midnight, be home, and then back on the grind again next Sunday. But Steve, have you been following this lieutenant governor out of North Carolina by the name of Mark Johnson?
I have not. It does not ring a bell. What's the deal?
You need to look this guy up, and you need to become a follower of his. He stood the Republican National Committee in Wake County last night. It might have been Saturday night. I couldn't tell when it was. But this man is the one. You remember when Greensboro, North Carolina was trying to take the guns away from the citizens, and he went up there and just wore they butt out, and everybody was talking about it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he become the lieutenant governor of North Carolina. This guy is Donald Trump on steroids. I mean, this guy don't mind speaking. He don't care. He said, I ain't got nothing to lose. I ain't no career politician. He said, I'm just going to tell you what they're trying to do to you. And it was a very moving, inspirational speech he gave last night. But you get a chance, you might want to follow this guy, listen to him a little bit, because he is on fire. I mean, everywhere he goes, he's like Donald Trump. He's a magnet for people because he speaks the truth. And he's he got a name for Joe Biden. He calls him Bob Wire Joe. So I'm going to tell y'all something about Bob Wire Joe. So that fence wasn't good enough down there on that border to keep them people out. But he went up there and surrounded 10 city blocks with that old Bob Wire Joe. He talk out both sides of his mouth. Yes, sir.
Yep.
I mean, the guy is on fire. Other thing I wanted to holler at you real fast is I read that article you was reading earlier last night before I went to sleep. And I'm like you. I'm a little concerned. Now, is this a show of force to show Joe Biden that Putin ain't playing around for the remarks that Joe Biden made about it? Because you remember, he told me he was going to cut his ass. And, or is this the real deal?
Yeah. I mean, Joe Biden, he definitely provoked him. We know that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, he definitely stirred it. I kind of feel like that Putin is flexing his muscles, and he goes show old Joe that hey, you mess with me, Bubba, and I could be on your front doorstep. But you were talking about Obama lying in the sand. Now, which side of the fence was Obama playing there? Because you remember, right before Obama was finished with his first term, he was seen meeting with that Putin's top man, saying, "Hey, man, said y'all just hold off to after the election. I'll have more room to do more." You remember that?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So, I mean, was Obama trying to prove that he was a tough man and he was going to draw a line in the sand and then, just kept moving it back because maybe Putin said, we ain't coming or we ain't going to do what we going to do or to make him so we could win election or whatever. But, yeah, I tell you, man, it's scary because We don't know what them idiots is going to do.
Well, the line in the sand that I recall was Syria. And remember Syria? We were there.
Syria, right.
You had the Syrian rebels, and then you had what was it? Not Al-Qaeda, but ISIS. Then, of course, you had Russia.
ISIS.
Russia was there, too. And Obama drew a line in the sand in regards to chemical weapons. Well, damn it, they used chemical weapons, and Obama did nothing. Now, was that because of Russian influence? All I know is when Donald Trump got elected and the same thing happened with chemical weapons, I think we launched 75 or 100 cruise missiles in there, didn't we?
Yeah, he wiped out that F. If I'm not mistaken, he wiped out some of them Russians over there that were playing games.
Right. So Russia knows how Trump would respond, but they don't know how Biden's going to respond.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm gonna tell you something. The world knew that Donald Trump didn't play around, and then after China come over here and shamed us and slapped us in our face, and Joe Biden came that done nothing. That was another disgrace to our great country. But you know what I got to say about Biden? Biggest idiot Democrats ever nominated. Well, he damn sure showed it. But Steve, I seen a video the other night, and I sent it to you, and I don't know if you got it. It was on Messenger. They was out there. I think they was in Chicago or something. Bob Wire Joe was going up the Air Force One steps, and he made it all the way to the top. Everybody in the bar just went to throwing beer and cheering and screaming and hollering like, "Wow, he made it!" It was hilarious.
I saw that. I didn't know if that was really a video that was playing in the bar, or whether that was like kind of like photoshopped, were they watching like some sporting event in the bar or something. I tend to believe that's what that was. I don't know.
Yeah, I kind of think that's what it was too. But it was still funny.
That's funny. Oh yeah.
But man, anyway, I just wanted to holler at you this morning. I'll talk to you on the night. And if we up late one night deep frying some of them there fish and drinking beer, I'll give you a buzz during the week there to give you a fishing report on how the world famous Santee Cooper Taco Bear Swamp is producing.
Well, we'll be watching for photos of your big catch there, all right?
All righty, buddy. Hey, y'all be careful now. We'll talk to you later.
Thank you much. Carolina Monkey Gouge. All righty. The old Doc Holliday, he was out camping all last week, and he's taking a 2-week. Guess he's got I was looking at some of the video he posted this past evening, where he was showing he had his campsite set up for the next 4 days. And I guess about 10 o'clock this past evening, he did a Facebook video, just sitting out there by the campfire, and right there at the edge of the lake, it's just dead quiet, and he's out there all by himself. Kind of explained that every once in a while it's just good to get away from it all, but I don't know that I could have a good time out there camping by the lake. I mean, yeah, I enjoy a good bonfire or whatever, and fishing off the lake bank like he's doing, but all by your lonesome. I get kind of lonely out there. Now, then again, I was thinking, well, that is kind of that's what many of you do. The lifestyle of the truck driver. It is kind of a lonely lifestyle. You're used to spending a whole lot of time by yourself out there, and I guess that's something you almost have to like, having that privacy, all by your lonesome. But he said there's nothing like sitting by the campfire. Just finished up his fixing some steak dinner and some corn on the cob off the grill. Still got my fishing poles in, he was saying, and nothing like a cold Budweiser beer by the campfire. Nothing else going on. All right, with that, we'll close things out for another hour, final hour just ahead, so you can help us roll through it at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
More than 3 million Americans per day are receiving COVID vaccinations as vaccination efforts increase across the country. On Saturday, more than 4 million doses were administered, setting a new single-day record. Despite those efforts, cases are slowly rising, with spreading variants being blamed for the increase. Dr. Celine Gounder was a member of the Biden transition team's COVID advisory board and tells CNN that there are still some precautions those who are vaccinated should take, including avoiding large crowds.
Only about 30% of people in this country have received even one dose of vaccine, much less being fully vaccinated. And so I think if you are vaccinated, yes, you can engage in some of these activities, but you should still stay away from crowds. You should, if you're visiting with people from household not your own, really be sticking to one other household at a time because there is still a very real risk.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
Rockstar Radio. Did you know this station, this network, is looking for their next rockstar broadcaster? That's right, we are. And it could be you. It could be you interviewing the guests, talking to the newsmakers right in the middle of everything. Have you ever dreamed of being a rockstar show host? Now could be your chance. Together with this station, we'll help you with everything you need. The studios, the equipment, your own producer, a co-host if you'd like, and so much more. Broadcasting is changing. There's never been a need for fresh voices and unique opinions like there is right now. You can do this. Our professional team will guide you every step of the way. Sound effects, show content, building your social network media, and everything you need to be the next rockstar broadcaster. Get all the details. Email bill@rockstar.today. That's bill@rockstar.today to get started with your own show. Email bill@rockstar.today. That's bill@rockstar.today. Don't wait. You could be the next voice for America. Email bill@rockstar.today.
A state of emergency has been declared in Manatee County, Florida, as a wastewater reservoir about 40 miles south of Tampa is near collapse. Hundreds near the Piney Point Reservoir have been evacuated as officials worry the reservoir's walls could structurally collapse, allowing more than 600 million gallons of water to escape into the surrounding area. Crews are working to pump water out of the pond to alleviate the pressure on the reservoir's walls. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis says the measures are being taken to prevent a catastrophic flood.
What we're looking at now is trying to prevent and respond to, if need be, a real catastrophic flood situation. But the water quality issues that are flowing from this, for us, is less than the risk of everyone's health and safety, particularly folks who may live in the area. And so public health and safety is the top priority. Obviously, we want to protect that in a way that minimizes any of the environmental impacts.
This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Wyatt Cox. Each and every day, the USA Radio Network produces 3 hours of the greatest radio programs of all time. Comedies, drama, suspense, it's all there. Classic radio theater. Now, if your radio station doesn't carry the program, you can find them anywhere podcasts are served, including iHeartRadio, Spotify, Spreaker. Just search for USA Classic Radio Theater. Find it. USA Classic Radio Theater. You'll love it.
The Biden administration is trying to sell the nation on the president's infrastructure plan. The proposal contains funding to modernize roads, bridges, railways, and airports, but critics are focusing on the billions in the plan for issues not seen as infrastructure programs, as well as an increase in the corporate tax rate to fund the plan. Congressman Matt Cartwright says the president's proposal is something the country needs. The Pennsylvania Democrat tells Fox News that the country needs to reinvest in its aging infrastructure.
We were handed this portfolio of assets by the greatest generation, handed down to us, and we have been disinvesting in that. We haven't been keeping it up. We've been letting it go to pot. That's why things like the poisoning in Flint, Michigan happen. When you don't keep up your infrastructure, bad things happen.
And the anticipated reunion of a classic TV show is finally back on schedule.
Jennifer Aniston, Courtney Cox, David Schwimmer, Lisa Kudrow, Matt LeBlanc, and Matthew Perry are reuniting next week to film an unscripted Friends special for HBO Max. The project is now back on track after being derailed for a year due to the pandemic. The taping is scheduled to take place at the show's original soundstage on the Warner Brothers studio. The reunion is expected to debut on HBO Max in May. From the USA Radio News Pacific Northwest Bureau, I'm Wendy King.
And for USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Okay, then, final hour on a Monday. Hope you had a good weekend. Here we go. So we've got our tiny little helicopter. It actually has, it's essentially a smartphone brain. It's in a crater on Mars, which they tell us is now just days away from attempting the first powered flight on another world. NASA hopes the little robot copter named Ingenuity will prove that powered flight is possible in the perilously thin Martian air and maybe help usher in a new era of planetary exploration where drones play a vital role. So, of course, Ingenuity kind of, it reached Mars like a stowaway. It was all folded up underneath the Perseverance rover that landed back in February after what was a 7-month, 293 million mile voyage from Earth. For its maiden flight, the 4-pound, $85 million craft will simply rise about 10 feet above the surface and hover. That's what they're intending. We're talking no higher than the rim of a regulation basketball hoop, and then it returns to the surface. The whole flight should be over in like 90 seconds. This brief excursion, which will be one of 5 planned for a 1-month period, that will start on or about April the 11th. Now, it's a short hop by the measures of interplanetary travel, but they're saying it would be a giant leap for Mars exploration in the future. Autonomous drones like Ingenuity could take to the skies to explore canyons, ice caps, and other terrain that is not accessible by the rovers. Should human explorers ever land on Mars, drones would be able to serve as scouts and aerial sensors. There is a movie from about 8 or 10 years ago. I can't recall. It was about Mars, and it was actually about using just that sort of thing. Drones were their scouts. Out looking ahead, where should we go next kind of thing. It's Hollywood becoming reality, right? All right, back to your calls at 844-844-3388. Hey, good morning, Knuckle Buster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. Yeah, they had a Martian movie out there about a guy getting stuck up there, and he survived off of potatoes until they got back to him. I'd hate to know I had to eat that much potatoes to survive. It was a long period of time, right?
Mm-hmm.
I want to tell Monkey Gouger I got a cousin that lives over in Sumter, South Carolina. I expect that man to be taken real good care of there, you know. He's a preacher, so Monkey Gouger's got to really take good care of him for me, right?
Yes, sir.
I'm on a new run. Yeah, I'm on a new run now. I was going to Oklahoma. Now I'm going back down here to Texas again. I used to go south with a load of fuel and the freight at 79,990. See, I ain't got but about 200-300 pounds on in the back there. I've already increased my fuel mileage tonight, so I'm looking good for that one there. That war, you ain't talking about Gog Magog, are you? That may be for another day. I don't know. But this world's gone crazy, I do believe. Old Hunter Biden, he said he was 100% positive he was going to be clear to any wrongdoing. The big man's in the White House, Steve. He's going to be cleared. Right?
Hell yeah. I mean, I think if your daddy's president, I think you could probably say with confidence that, yeah, daddy's going to make sure I'm cleared.
Yeah, absolutely there. And he said he only had sex with his sister-in-law because she was at her neediest and he was at his lowest. Well, I got news for you. I'd have to be pretty doggone low to be wanting sex with any of my sister-in-laws there. So, I mean, isn't AOC, isn't that Grump's political girlfriend?
I believe it is, yes.
Yeah, I read an article on Fox. She was all talk and no action. One of them shows that made a thing about her there. And she has introduced 21 pieces of legislation, Steve, and they ain't they all went nowhere. What a girl. I mean, come on, boo. You can do better than that. I've had a hilarious Easter today, Steve. You have to make reservations at churches to get into them down south here. And the only one my daughter could get us all into was an Episcopalian church, see? That's the first time in my life I've ever been to an Episcopalian church. But it was hilarious. My wife told me that they got a woman preacher here, and I just busted out laughing, and she punched me. And I said, I ain't got nothing against women preachers. I listen to Joyce Myers all the time there. So, but they was dancing around in there, slinging that ball of incense around and hollering hallelujah and all that other stuff. And I had to pinch my nose, keep them laughing so hard, see.
Oh, boy.
Anyway, that's just my personal opinion of it there.
Right.
And then I went down there to Walmart yesterday afternoon, and they had a gay boy in there. He had a pair of them Daisy Dukes or whatever they call them there, running around there. And you could tell that boy was a member of the LGBTQUSF community. Right? So I busted out laughing there, and that was about the end of my laughing for the day. But I still keep thinking about it, and I bust out laughing there. And I read where Ford is bringing back the old inline six motor. They're thinking about it real hard there. And I want to know, Steve, when's my stay-at-home order?
When's it going to end?
No, when's it going to start? Oh. I'm always the last one in the door over the weekend and the first one back out. So I don't know, but I got my water blaster ready and I'm ready to go. And it's never leave home without it, and I never leave home without my 5-gallon Home Depot bucket. It's with my trash can liner and my pool noodle on top of it there. It makes a real good outhouse there, right? But the best thought I got for today is he gave us faith, hope, and love, Steve. Agape love. And you thank the Lord for that empty tomb, and it's still empty 2,000 plus years later. And that's all of my bologna and steak for the day, Mr. Steve Summers. Have a great, blessed day.
Bologna and steak, no less, on a Monday morning. Thank you, Knucklebuster. Yeah, I had that story before me, AOC. What's the old saying about useless as tits on a bull, right? Study finds Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, otherwise known as AOC, from New York City. You know, the young face in the party is not very effective as a politician, based on the survey from the Nonpartisan Center for Effective Lawmaking. AOC introduced a total of 21, quote, substantive bills that did not receive substantial backing from other lawmakers, including committee and floor votes. According to the study, a project of Vanderbilt University and the University of Virginia. She introduced a lot of bills, they say, but not successful at having them receive any sort of action in committee or anything beyond that. If they don't get out of committee, they don't go anywhere. It's clear that she's trying to get her legislative agenda moving and engage with the lawmaking process, but she was not as successful as some other members were, even among the freshmen, at getting people to pay attention to her legislation. AOC ranks number 230 out of 240 congressional Democrats in terms of effectiveness. Compared with others in her circle of congressional allies, otherwise known as the Squad, AOC was deemed less effective than Ilhan Omar, who sponsored 33 bills, and Rashid Tlaib, who had some of her bills advanced to committee, with one actually becoming law. Tlaib was ranked number 92. According to the survey, the most, quote, effective lawmakers were Representative Nita Lowey of Westchester, New York, who actually retired last year and was responsible for 29 major bills introduced in Congress, 7 of them becoming laws. Okay, AOC, just not that effective for whatever reason. Oh, I thought Eagle was going to try to finish up his call from earlier, but...
Hello?
Eagle!
Hello?
Hey, I thought
can you hear me?
I thought we caught you snoring there.
Yeah. No, I'm still here.
Okay, well, go ahead. What's up?
Oh, okay, yeah. I wanted to finish up talking about AOC. I don't know if you covered her. This woman here. Let's just talk about AOC right quick. You know, she made some more dumb comments. You know, every time it's hard to believe. The people of New York, Steve, the people of New York, they should be ashamed of themselves to vote somebody like that into Washington, D.C. She knows absolutely nothing about politics, and she's always got to put the race into everything. She's just like the rest of them, the Maxine Waters, the other Democrats like her, that's always flapping, Haley Tlaib and Ilhan Omar, all of them are nothing but troublemakers. And, the situation with the AOC, she tried to turn this into a racial deal, just like, when she's the one that's a racist. She had the nerve, I don't know if you covered this, Steve, she had the nerve to say that because the white people, whatever you want to call them, they're calling it a border surge. She's trying to say that the white man is scared of the Hispanic, brown man, whatever you want to call it, taking over the United States. It has absolutely nothing to do with this. This is a very stupid woman. She's nothing but a troublemaker. And, yet she hasn't, that's another person you can put on the list who hasn't gone to the border. And she ain't going down to no more. She talks about she cares so much about all these innocent kids and this and that, but AOC still has a step forward. Somebody like Ted Cruz, like I told you, Steve, a real Texas hero, a man that stood up for Donald Trump when he was trying to, stay in the White House. Not lose the election. Ted Cruz has been there. He's been down in Texas. This guy is a true hero as far as America, whatever you want to call it. And I respect the man. If Trump doesn't run for president, maybe Ted Cruz will. I don't know. But we need somebody like him back in the White House, whether it's Trump or Cruz. But we need somebody with the strong background. But you know something, Steve, AOC, she just keeps running her mouth about the global warming and her deals is going on with the fuel and the electrical windmills and all this other nonsense. And she, like I said, she knows nothing about politics and what really goes. She just runs her mouth. And like I say, people in New York State, they ought to be ashamed of themselves to put somebody like that in Washington, D.C. It's hard to believe that she actually get paid to do what she do. But, another thing, Steve, that I want to talk about, I don't feel sorry for Greg Kemp down in Georgia. I used to live in Georgia, too, a long time ago before I moved to Texas. No, I don't, because I remember this Floyd guy, Brian Kemp, in Georgia. This guy here, he turned his back on Donald Trump when he probably cost Donald. Don't tell how many votes he cost Donald Trump in the state of Georgia. Now all of a sudden he has a change of heart because it's affected him, and now he wants people to feel sorry for him because the baseball All-Star game was pulled from Atlanta. I have no sympathy whatsoever for Mr. Kemp because I'll always remember the way he turned his back on Donald Trump. I'll never forget that. So they can take the All-Star game. Who cares? Like I said, nobody watches baseball anyway. The sport, another dying sport, just like basketball and football. Nobody's attending these games no way. So who cares? It's no loss. He's Georgia. They wasn't going to make any revenue out of the deal. And like I said, just like Donald Trump said, I've been boycotting sports, for a long time, Steve. I'm not buying no tickets. I'm not buying nothing. These people like LeBron James and Magic Johnson, all these guys flapping their mouth about that they happy that the All-Star game was taken away. These guys, they just want people to spend money, and they don't care about the fans, the people, nothing. So I'm through with all major sports, whether it's baseball, football, basketball. I'm not spending not one dime on these overpriced crybabies. So, and I advise the rest of America to do the same thing. And as far, like I said, about Mr. Kemp down there in Georgia, I got bad news for you, my friend. I don't feel sorry for you. Because like I said, remember, you're the one that turned your back on Donald Trump, and you might even have cost him the election. And I thank you for taking my call, Steve.
All right, yeah. And the question that was, whoever brought it up a little bit earlier, why, maybe it was Monkey Gouger, why is Kemp all of a sudden, he's not supporting Donald Trump by no means, but he's supporting, I guess you'd say, the agenda as far as elections are concerned that Donald Trump was fighting for, to have integrity in the elections, knowing who is voting, knowing that whoever is voting is a legal voter in the state of Georgia. Now, all those things that Donald Trump was raising Cain about, why all of a sudden is it the realization that, hindsight being 2020, there may have been some improprieties taking place last November. What we allowed to transpire may have actually lost 2 Republican Senate seats there in the state of Georgia. And might that continue in the future if we don't maybe look back and say, maybe it is a better idea to know who's actually voting. All I know is Kemp says he's not backing down now. He's been standing tall. He vowed a fight after the MLB announcement about the All-Star game and the draft. I've decided that the best way to demonstrate our values as a sport is to relocate this year's All-Star game. That was the Commissioner Robert Manfred on Friday. He didn't specifically mention Georgia's election law, which was signed on March the 25th. But Kemp says, I want to be clear, I will not be backing down from this fight. We will not be intimidated, and we will not be silenced. Major League Baseball, Coca-Cola, Delta Airlines, they may be scared of Stacey Abrams or Joe Biden or the left, but I'm not, he says. We already touched on how Trump had weighed in on Friday and Saturday. So I won't go through that again. But with that, what are we looking at? About 25 past the hour. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Yes, Big Moose.
Hey, Bud, I tell you what, they talking about that AOC. Every time somebody mentions her name or I have to see her on TV, I just want to give myself a mud enema and go moon a groundhog. I absolutely cannot stand that woman. You know, I wish the good old days when AOC was the hee-haw mascot and Maxine Waters was still playing Worf on Star Trek. But anyway, I thought of a funny there I was going to share with you. I heard the other day and thought I'd pass it along.
Okay.
This little boy sitting in school, you know, and teacher asked him for his homework. And he said, I ain't got it. She said, well, why not? She said, what's your excuse? He said, well, I've just been worried about my dad. Said, I'm afraid he ain't going to be with us much longer. She said, that's terrible. Said, what's happening? He said, my daddy has apparently taken to eating light bulbs. The teacher said, oh, no, that's impossible. Said, human being can't consume a light bulb. Said, it'd kill you. He said, I know. He said, that's what I'm worried about. She said, well, what gives you the idea that he's eating light bulbs? He said, well, the other night, he said, I was needing a drink of water, so I got up, went to my mom and dad's room, and I heard Dad say, Linda, turn that lamp out so I can eat that thing. All right, dude. I'll catch you later.
Oh, boy. All righty there, the Big Moose on the loose. Daddy's eating light bulbs. I guess I could have brought this up with Philip earlier, because it's down in his neck of the woods. A man arrested after refusing a temperature screening at Disney Springs in Florida. They tried to tell authorities, you can't tell me to leave, because he spent $15,000 on his vacation. Kelly Sills, a tourist from Baton Rouge, Louisiana, bypassed the medical screening and refused to get his temperature checked when asked by Disney employees. According to the Orange County Sheriff's Department, body camera video released shows Sills refusing to leave when asked by law enforcement. I spent $15,000 to come here, Sills says, after a deputy told him he was officially considered to be trespassing. Deputies and a security manager at Disney Springs had approached Sills outside the Boathouse restaurant, according to police. Sills argued with the security manager, yelling at him before the manager told him he was no longer welcome at the park. A woman could be heard asking officers not to arrest Sills in the video. He's not listening, a man responded. All he had to do was get his temperature checked. That's it. At another point in the video, Sills asked whether authorities could take his temperature before forcing him to leave. Someone responded that they would do so at jail. He also claimed to be a Disney stockholder at another point. Either way, ultimately pleading not guilty to a misdemeanor trespass charge. According to the court records, his attorney had no comment, but I guess that was an expensive refusal to have their temperature checked. Yeah, what can you say? I understand people that don't want to wear a mask, people that don't want their temperature checked, whatever it's going to be. But if a business, whether it's a restaurant or a bar or an amusement park, they set up the rules that you agreed to abide by before you showed up at the park. You agreed that you would wear a mask when you're not eating or drinking in the park. You agreed that you'd have a temperature check to come in. If you want to spend $15,000 and then try to not abide by the rules, you don't have to go to the park. You could have took your $15,000 and gone wherever you wanted to go, maybe that didn't have a requirement for a temperature check. It's just, I don't agree with a lot of the rules and lockdown restrictions and things that are going on, but all righty, with that news break, lines available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The Biden administration is trying to sell the nation on the president's infrastructure plan. The proposal contains funding to modernize roads, bridges, railways, and airports, but Republican lawmakers say there's too much money in the proposal for things other than infrastructure. Missouri Senator Roy Blunt said Sunday that he'd like to see the plan reduced down to include just the infrastructure projects that have bipartisan support. Mississippi Governor Tate Reeves agrees. He tells CNN that while infrastructure is one of the vital functions of government, he believes the Biden plan will raise taxes more than it will build roads.
The problem with this particular plan, though, is although the Biden administration is calling it an infrastructure plan, it looks more like a $2 trillion tax hike plan to me. That's going to lead to significant challenges in our economy. It's going to lead to slowing GDP, and it's going to lead to Americans losing significant numbers of jobs.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
If you have diabetes and you're on Medicare, you may qualify for a free continuous glucose monitor system. Managing your diabetes is crucial to your health. The new CGM systems can automatically manage your diabetes better for you. And by using a CGM system, you can eliminate forever one thing most people with diabetes hate the most: finger sticks. Now it's possible to manage your diabetes better, end the painful finger sticks, and get a new CGM monitoring system at little or no cost to you. We even provide in-home delivery and do all the insurance paperwork for you. Now is the best time to manage your diabetes better and get your continuous glucose monitor. Call now for details. Call 800-451-9542. 800-451-9542. 800-451-9542. That's 800-451-9542. Paid for by U.S. Med.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
As you heard in the news break there, the big talk about the infrastructure plan now. Hell, it took 6, 7, 8. How many months did it take for them to finally pass the COVID relief bill, $1.9 trillion, that somewhere 90% had nothing to do with COVID-19. Well, you would have thought the Democrats would be happy with more than $1.5 trillion in a spending wish list, the proverbial wish list. But no, we want more. We want more. Let's get another $2 trillion. Shortly after which they're planning to introduce yet another potentially close to $2 trillion plan. It's kind of falling back to when I shared the Khrushchev, the Russian leader's explanation of how they're going to take over. You get the country to be so far in debt. How did he say? They will fall like an overripe fruit from the tree right into our hands. And we're rapidly approaching that. Unsustainable debt. Dick Morrow spoke out this past day. And he says President Biden's infrastructure proposal is meant to collectivize the nation. Now, remember, Dick Morris is a former advisor to then-President Bill Clinton. Said Biden's infrastructure package is designed to collectivize the United States, to regiment us, to unionize us, and to make us controllable and tractable as an economy. That metaphor that comes to mind is when Stalin insisted that all the farmers go to collective farms. As in, you cannot get those funds unless you unionize. Davis-Bacon will control all of that spending. You have to have a union for your company to qualify. That's going to enforce the entire construction industry and huge numbers of other industries into unionization. He also pointed out that Biden intends to make the Protecting the Right to Organize Act a part of this legislation, which he said would be the greatest disaster we have ever had. The general public, they don't know. They don't yet know about the PRO Act, but said that the end result would be that nobody can work for themselves. We've been talking about this in the trucking sector for many, many months because it goes back to the California rule, the ABC test, which would essentially put the independent owner-operator out of business. Everybody has to be on a corporate payroll. If you're a consultant or a contractor or a freelancer, you have to close up shop and become an employee of your client or the people you contract with. That means some 30 or 40 million people who make their living the way they're going to have to now be on a payroll. That is already in effect in California. It is totally deformed the economy of that state. Biden is trying to take the California model and make it the national standard. The overall goal of this strategy on the legislative package is to organize our economy for more efficient government control. It sounds like in Germany, where everybody basically works for a few large companies. There's only one or two large unions that represent everybody. You know, kind of taking us down that socialist, aka communist path. Stephen Moore also sounded off. These spending packages are beyond what the Obama administration even pushed, or even, this is beyond even what Bernie Sanders proposed. You're going to see so many outrageous boondoggles where they're giving away all this money to these, quote, green companies. A lot of them are going to go bankrupt. The American people have to rise up and say, this is not the way we run our country. We pay our bills. We don't massively increase our debt. We don't put our financial system in jeopardy. Among the spending packages, of course, was the $1.9 trillion COVID plan, the American Rescue Plan. As I said, which just a fraction of that went to actual pandemic response. This $2 trillion infrastructure plan is similarly misrepresented as infrastructure. It's a bridge too far. We are right now in the midst of one of the largest federal power grabs in the history of our country. This week, President Biden announcing this massive $2 trillion so-called infrastructure bill that's really the Green New Deal. And they're going to do another $2 trillion on top of that, which is going to be announced in the next couple of weeks. More money for daycare, education, all these things. Now we're talking $6 trillion of spending recommended by Biden. I'm very nervous about what the impact is going to be on our financial system. It's an amazing amount of new power that we're going to give to Washington. It tramples a lot of the states. And I think this is not going to be a stimulus for the economy. ultimately, all this spending is going to put us in the dangerous position of being an incredible debtor to the rest of the world. Because it is a lie that Biden can pay for these programs by merely taxing the top 1%. Morrow went on to say, people who voted for Biden tell me they don't understand what's going on in Washington. They don't understand where the money is going to come from. The idea that we're going to pay for all this by just taxing the top 1%, that is an outright lie, and they all know it. Everybody knows you're not going to get trillions and trillions of dollars out of the top 1%. They're going to have to come after the middle class, but there's a revolt that's brewing. America's kind of waking up to the fact that Biden has actually moved to the left of Bernie Sanders. I don't know who he's listening to, but the idea that we can bring this country to the brink of bankruptcy to fight climate change and massively increase the welfare state, it will eventually wind up in the voters' hands to stop this train from going off the cliff. In other words, 2022 can't get here quick enough. I think people have already started to shift their opinion. They thought Biden was going to be a moderate, kind of a centrist Democrat. He's getting a lot of bad advice in the White House. Let's turn him around so we don't bankrupt the entire country. That's where you find yourself in the position of a Venezuela. Because socialism works so well. Just like every other socialist country that has historically tried it. But they did it wrong. We're going to do it different, right? We can do it in a different fashion. No, you can't. Yes, Horse Feathers.
Yeah, thanks for taking me back, Your Honor. Yeah, kind of scary what you're listening to there, but wasn't it AOC or somebody said that you can pay for all that just by writing a check?
Exactly. That's exactly what you just write a check like we always do.
Yep, there you go. So no problem. No problem. We're all good. So I'm listening to Knucklebuster here, and he's mentioned this a couple times there about having a 5-gallon pail there from Home Depot and a trash can liner, and then he mentions this pool noodle. And I'm kind of scared to wonder what he's doing with the pool noodle because I don't know. It's just he doesn't mention anything about toilet paper in there. He only mentions a pool noodle. So yeah, I don't know. Kind of inquiring minds, but then again, I don't know if I want to know.
Well, I'm envisioning if you cut your pool noodle down to size, how it's got you could slice it down lengthwise, and it would fit around the lid of that bucket, just like a toilet seat. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, a little cushion rim.
Little cushion for the tush. Cushion for the tush.
Uh-huh. All right, to do the pushing.
Yeah,
no, wait, that doesn't sound right. Anyway, I just wanted some clarification on that there because I was a little worried there. As I say, you wasn't mentioning anything about that roll of paper or nothing, and I just didn't know if you had to pick a leaf off a tree or something, or how all that was working. But
right,
all right, that's what I had going for you there. Hey, one other thing there, I'd sent you a couple of YouTube things there for the guy that's been doing songs there. They're kind of on the conservative side. Didn't know if you were able to check them out too, and maybe if any of them were halfway decent, maybe you'd pass them along there. But anyways, that's all we got for you there. So we'll be looking for you tomorrow night there, and tomorrow morning. Yeah, it's morning, isn't it, when you're on?
That's correct.
We'll figure this out after this. We'll figure this out in the next 20 years there, right?
I think that's one thing that you're supposed to learn. I've probably had drivers try to tell me in the past, when you sit down to do your business, you're supposed to check and see that there's toilet paper there first, because if you don't check first and there ain't none, then you're a little too late. I learned when I stopped off at that London auto truck, exit 41 off 75. I went in to do my business, did it, reached up in there, and nothing. Too big empty spots.
Then you got to hope you have a neighbor.
I actually
Hey, can you pass me a roll?
had paper towels in my pocket to blow my schnoz, so I was like, "Ooh, thank goodness," you know. But yeah, you learn that lesson, I guess. Most drivers probably could tell me very clearly. Yeah, check for TP before, because afterwards, nothing like knocking on the wall saying, hey, buddy, can you hand me some toilet paper? Oh, my. Yes, sir. Knucklebuster, what do you say?
Finishing up a hilarious Easter there. Hey, downtown, we use Sears and Roebuck catalog or good old corn cob. I used one there, right?
Yeah.
That'll be all my baloney there, horse feathers. Them buckets make good outhouses there, Steve.
He just couldn't envision what you were doing with the pool noodle. I figured that out pretty quick. Yeah, a little cushion for the tushin.
Yeah, that's right. You know, hey, my backside's soft sitting on this seat all day long. There ain't got no calluses on it anyway, right?
Exactly.
Shoot, you know, you can find a lot of stuff on Pinterest there, you know, for building stuff there. That's a pretty good idea. I like that part of it there. But anyway, I'm going to go back. I'm going to tell you the first joke I ever told you when I called in there about me and Mama Knucklebuster being in the hot tub there.
Mm-hmm.
And I told her, I says, baby, I'm going to duck you. And she says, no, you're not. You can't even pronounce it right. So have a good morning, Steve.
Okay.
Wind this thing up and let's get it to the house.
Yeah, I hear you. Like, yeah, turn that light off so I can eat that thing. Big moose. That's a good one. I'd never heard that one. All right, with the blockage of the Suez Canal, it was a total of 6 days, I think, before all was said and done. And what is the fallout? Well, Egyptian officials are asking for more than $1 billion in compensation to be paid to the state after the blockage caused the trade route to be closed for 6 days last week. The head of the Canal Authority, according to the Associated Press, the compensation cost takes into account the dredging and the tugboat fees involved in the salvage operation, the cost of the stalled traffic, and the lost transit fees while the container ship sat in the canal for a week. The hefty price tag would not be include the cost of delaying more than 400 ships in their cargo. Closure of the canal cost an estimated $10 billion per day. To where they're saying this is the right of the country. It should get their due. I'm excited to announce that our team of experts working with the Suez Canal Authority successfully refloated the Ever Given, thereby making free passage possible again. 30,000 cubic meters of sand had to be dredged to free that thing up. Then we just kind of sit back, wait and see. I mean, the ships are moving again now, but they said, I haven't heard an update whether they've got everything cleared. They said it could take a week or so to get all the ships that were in delay cleared through the canal. But that's a lot more product. Yeah, computer chips, semiconductor chips that have already been having a profound impact on the manufacturing sector, that these things are all going to be delayed out there once again, maybe even making the problem that much worse. Well, according to the announcement from NASA, I don't know if we can rest easy, but Earth is safe from a potential calamity-causing asteroid for the next 100 years. So they say. The announcement clears up fears that have lingered since 2004, when asteroid 9942 Apophis was identified as one of the most hazardous potential asteroids that could strike the planet, which apparently now has been ruled out. thanks to a growing understanding of the asteroid and its orbit by astronomers, as well as new radar observation using precise orbit analysis. And good thing, too, at an estimated 1,100 feet in diameter, the asteroid was set to veer very close to the planet in 2029. Then later assessments pushed back the date to 2036, and again until 2068. Now there's a high degree of confidence among astronomers that there's no chance of it impacting the Earth. A 2068 impact is not in the realm of possibility anymore, and our calculations don't show any impact risk for the next 100 years. All right, this improved knowledge of the position of the asteroid in 2029 gives us more certainty of the future motion, so we can remove this rock from the risk list. Now, it's still going to pass the Earth in 2029, specifically on April the 13th, at a distance of less than 20,000 miles from the Earth's surface. Now, I'll remind you, that's pretty darn close. I mean, you talk about razor close shave. That's close in the big scheme of things. That's closer than a number of our geosynchronous satellites out there. In fact, it would be so close to anyone in the Eastern Hemisphere would be able to see it, even without a telescope or binoculars. That's 2029. But that's close, yeah. All right, so with that, what do we see? And at that close range, boy, I hope their calculations are right, because that would leave one heck of a dent. That's a big rock. All right, final moments here as we're wrapping things up on a Monday. Thank you so much for hanging out with us through the late night, early morning hours. Again, thank you to Joel Morrow for joining us with some of our tech talk for the first couple hours of the show as we get the week underway. Go ahead and head over to overnightdriveradio.com and enter the contest. Click on contests. Got 2 more weeks to go here with our top prize, the Stellar Electronic Pluto Duo headset. Then our backup, second place, third place, Hot Shot Secret packages. And while you're there, click on shop. Get your official Overnight Drive Radio t-shirts, hats, travel mugs, stickers, dash calendars. They're all there for your purchase to support the show and support our friends at Hot Shot Secret. And if you're ordering product from Hot Shot Secret, your Stiction Eliminator, your Diesel Extreme, Gas Extreme, FR1, whatever it might be, use the coupon code Overnight Drive. You'll get 10% off your order and an additional 10% for first responders, military veterans, or active duty, and, of course, for our CDL holders out there, 20% off your order. See you back at the midnight hour tonight. Thanks for being with us. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. dreams, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling,